Hi, Jasmine. This is Keiko from ACK. And hi, and Atsuhiro is not here today, but Robbie is here and Kour is coming. So we would like to introduce our interpreters. So can you talk a little bit?
There's three of us. So,
No, that's not what I wanted to do. Why isn't it letting me share the... Yeah. It's just not letting me. I'm trying to. It's only letting me share one desktop, which I've never done before. How do I just? I want to share desktop too. No, but that's not the right thing. That's not what I want to show. I want to show. Okay, now let me see. You can see it?
Oh, mic test, mic test.
こちらのトーク35分からのスタートとさせていただきます。もう少々お待ちください。それではお待たせいたしました。時間となりましたので始めさせていただきます。2023年 ACK トークスでは今年のキュレートリアルテーマビジョンズ・オブ・ア・トーンワールド循環と共存を起点とする11のトークプログラムを実施いたします。国内外からお招きした登壇者の皆様とともに現代社会におけるアートの価値や役割について、またアートにまつわる思想や京都を含む世界の都市とアートの関係などについて考えていきます。このトークではこれからのアートのミッションというタイトルでグローバルに活躍するアーティストのコアポア氏、キュレーターでアクティビストでもあるジャスミン・ワヒ氏、そしてギャラリストとして今回の ACK にご参加いただいているロビー・フィッツパトリック氏をお迎えし、ジェンダーの不平等や人種問題、経済格差などさまざまな社会問題を抱える現代社会においてアートやアーティストにできることについて考察していきます。それでは皆様よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello. Thank you all for coming today. So we'll start the talk by introducing Jasmine Wahi, who cannot be with us today, but will be talking to us from New York. So let's see if... So Jasmine is an independent curator, the co-founder of Project for Empty Space, which is a women-run project space focused specifically on people of the global majority of BIPOC, queer, and unapologetically radical ecosystems for creatives. So thank you, Jasmine, for coming, tuning in this morning. It's very early there in New York.
Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, it's I don't know if it's late or it's early. It's almost midnight here, but it's also Halloween weekend. So I don't know what that means because I don't do anything on Halloween weekend anymore. Past that phase of my life, but thank you so much for having me. Hello, everyone. I guess, should I just go ahead and share my screen and just jump into it?
Yeah, I think that's a good place to start.
Okay. Now give me 1 second. I did this before, and now it's gonna take me a second to figure out how to do it again. And here we are. Okay. All right. Now, one small issue is I'm trying to see my notes and my presentation at the same time. Might just have to make this. There we go. Okay. And can you see my screen? Can you see my photos? Oh, it's flipping back and forth. Okay. Just tell me verbally if you can see my photos, and then
yes,
I will.
Jasmine, we can see them.
Okay, great. Sounds good. So I will just go from there. So hi everyone. I'm Jasmine Wahi. I'm a multi-hyphenate in the art space, founder and co-director of an organization called Project for Empty Space, as well as an independent curator. And so I thought I would share a mix of things that I have worked on that pertain to the ways in which I work with artists and create space. The first one being the organization that I started now almost 13 years ago, Project for Empty Space. And so what you see here is a quick view from one of our early artist in residence show with the artist Derek Adams, who after a year in the studio with us at our facility in New Jersey, created a show about leisure and joy in the space of joy as an act of resistance, as a sort of counter narrative and I guess, antidote to the perception and stereotypes of Black people in media. And so this was a show that went on for actually 3 months and was a lot of fun. An early, oh, come on. Well, now something has happened. Let me try this again. Hi, folks. Okay. The second slide is also from that space, another residency that we have that is called the Feminist Incubator, which is for artists of all disciplines who are interested in intersectional feminist discourse to, again, come have a studio space with us. In this case, it's a shared studio space so people can be in dialogue with each other. And this particular example is from an early iteration with the performance and theater artist Kristen Clifford, who created her own version of a womb room as a nod to feminist art in the Americas and I guess globally of the early 1970s. Since I have a short amount of time, I'll move sort of quickly. This is an example of one of the shows I've done in the not so distant past. My first show in Tokyo, also with Yukako-san, and a show like many of my others that is interested in investigating feminist discourse and the ways in which feminism really permeates everyday lives. And this show was called All the Women in Me Are Tired, which is also the title of my TED Talk and a 7-word poem by the poet Naira Waheed, which has always just resonated with me. And it was a show really thinking about the sort of day-to-day realities of the emotional and other types of labor that women do in a world that is historically and contemporaneously run in a misogynistic or patriarchal structure. And that's sort of widely, globally, the sort of structure that we operate within. And so thinking about the different ways that we combat that through the sort of sense of exhaustion that we may feel as women or people who identify as women or non-binary. Some detail shots from that show by an artist who I work with pretty frequently, Chitra Ganesh, who is a South Asian American artist located here in Queens, New York. And then moving on to another really large project that I did again, the past 3 years, I was the Holly Block Social Justice Curator at the Bronx Museum of the Arts. And I did a number of shows there, the largest of which was this exhibition called Born in Flames, Feminist Futures. So there's a recurring theme here, which brought together, I think, if I remember correctly, 14 artists who were non-binary, femme or female identified, all women of color, to explore their visions and ideas of what futurism or futurity could be. And so what you see here is an exterior shot of the museum, which featured an installation that was designed, a vinyl installation that was designed by my partner in crime and co-director of Project for Empty Space, Rebecca Jampol, that reflects a film still from the namesake of the exhibition, Born in Flames. And so this next set of photographs is from that exhibition, showing the different works that were included. And the way I curated the show is I gave each artist kind of their own section and tried to create a cosmology within the museum space so that this spread kind of functioned as a variety of different worlds in a larger galactic space, as a nod to Afro-Asian and indigenous futurisms in a sort of traditional sense, and invited artists to just sort of think about how they would represent these tiny worlds. And so here's a site-specific installation done by Wengechi Mutu, and I'm really grateful to all of the artists who were really generous in doing site-specific or new work, as this was sort of the height of the second wave of COVID. So here we have Maria Barrio, Fierle Baez, and Rose B. Simpson. Sin Wai Kin, who's formerly known as Victoria Sin, Caitlin Cherry. Here in the way back is Chitra Ganesh again, Huma Baba in the sort of mid-ground, and Saya Wolfak. And then finally, the show that I may be most infamous for, and also a show that is currently in the works to be revived and expanded fairly drastically, is a show called Abortion is Normal, which is about reproductive rights. It began again in 2020 as a show that included 65 artists over 2 spaces. And so here's some of the programming that we did in addition to the gallery exhibition. Some detail shots, Viva Ruiz, Michelle Pred, Barbara Kruger, Shoshana Weinberger, and a number of other artists. And then finally, the next iteration of that project is an expanded show called Body Freedom for Everybody, in which we are hopefully taking a 27-foot box truck that has an exhibition inside of the truck across the country, and showing the work of artists, again, from as many places as we can inside this truck, to talk about body freedom, body autonomy, and the importance of choice within our rights as human beings. And this show is planned very strategically to happen ahead of the 2024 US presidential election as a way to build community and also encourage people to actually go out and vote. And I think this project is a way for us to engage artists from a much larger space than what I would normally do being in the New York area. And it also really speaks to my interest and practice as someone who thinks that art can genuinely not just reflect what's happening, but change what's happening in the world. And so this is our pretend map for right now where the truck is going to go. And I guess I will go ahead and leave it there.
Thank you, Jasmine. So now, Kour, are you ready to present your background, what you do as an artist, and your self-initiated project space? So.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kour. I live in Los Angeles, and this is an image of me when I'm, I think, 1 year old in England. So. Yeah, I was born in England and grew up there. My mum was a British foster child, so she kind of grew up in different homes around the country. And my father is from Iran, and he left Iran when he was 14 years old during the Iranian Revolution in 1979. So my parents met at a dance club. They got together, had me. And so I kind of grew up in this mixed household where we kind of celebrated different traditions like Christmas, Persian New Year. And so my family's quite mixed. I moved to LA in 2005 when I was 17 because part of my dad's family from Iran moved to Los Angeles. So, you know, when we have like Thanksgiving dinner, we kind of have food from different parts of the world. So yeah, I've kind of grown up between cultures, and I think a lot of what I do in my work is to kind of share that experience. This is a painting of mine from the kind of carpet painting series, where I replicate kind of woven carpets into large-scale paintings. So in England, when I was quite young, my father had a storefront, and that storefront took on several businesses. Sometimes it was a sandwich shop, ice cream store, and I remember it being the carpet shop when I was about, I think, from the ages of up to 2 or 3 years old. So my early memories of color and texture really come from that time spent with him in the carpet shop, where he would mend old rugs and kind of re-dye the faded sections. So when I moved to LA, I was really thinking about the idea of home quite a lot. And, you know, historically, rugs are nomadic objects that were, you know, kind of rolled up and carried, and then, you know, once you arrived at your new destination, you would lay out your rug, and that would kind of indicate that you're at home. And so, yeah, I was also kind of interested in these more collaborative productions. So carpets, like large-scale carpets like this, are often woven together by groups of women. I also use woodblock printing in my practice, and so with Japanese woodblock printing, you would have someone who would design an image, someone who would cut out the form in a wooden block, and then someone that would print. So yeah, I've always been interested in these kind of like collaborative efforts. This is a historic carpet. It's quite famous, and what you can kind of see here in the designs of the rug are these images that come from different cultures. So there was a lot of exchange along the Silk Road. So you can kind of see Chinese mythological creatures, as well as like genies from Middle Eastern culture. So as I did more research on these carpets, I started seeing them as records of cultural exchange. And so this is a painting of mine from this year where I'm using the structure of a carpet, where essentially rugs are kind of seen as aerial views of gardens. So the borders depict kind of north, south, east, and west, and within the borders, all of the natural and kind of supernatural world is contained. So in these paintings, I'm actually composing imagery from banks of images that I've collected over the years, looking at online sources, museum collections, and catalogs. And I sort of playfully put images together that otherwise maybe wouldn't exist within the same space. This is a painting inspired from my wedding, which happened earlier this year, and depicts kind of different interracial couples, because that's very much my life and my family's life. So yeah, I think, basically what I'm doing in my art practice is bringing different languages together, and that has kind of led me to the project space that I opened up last year called Guest House. So my studio is in a complex in Inglewood, right next to LAX Airport, and within that complex, I opened up a small project space where I could start inviting other artists to experiment and do things that they maybe wouldn't be able to do in their gallery spaces. And so kind of there were a few reasons why I wanted to start this space. When I was in art school, I really enjoyed being around my peers and how artists would kind of work together towards something. And as I became busier with my own career, I felt that I was spending more time with art dealers and collectors and curators, and I kind of missed that connection with artists. So in a way, this is kind of an excuse to do projects with friends of mine where you have deadlines and you kind of have to get together to do installations and put together a press release and have an opening. So I get to spend more time with artists now. And I also felt like there were some things missing in the Los Angeles art scene that, I felt that, we could put together. So this was the first show that we did, which opened beginning of September last year. And actually, Los Angeles has the largest population of Iranians living outside of Iran in the world. And I felt that within LA, the city hadn't really connected with the community. So we have a really great museum, the Hammer Museum, which is located in the Westwood area of Los Angeles, which is also known as Tehrangeles, or Persian Square. So I kind of got together with a few friends, and I think we all felt the same, and decided to put the show together. And there was several artists in the show, and I kind of wanted to show the kind of range of what the artists were doing, and I think sometimes these shows that are based around identity can become quite lazy, where an exhibition might kind of portray artists kind of all doing similar sorts of work. And I wanted to show that there was a lot of diversity even within the Iranian community. So we opened this show, and then kind of 2 weeks later, the protests in Iran kind of started, and this whole woman life freedom movement began. And so a lot of people in LA started coming to Guest House, just to kind of get together and check in on one another, because at the time, the Iranian government had made it difficult to communicate via, social media or, WhatsApp. And so, yeah, it kind of really took on this kind of community space feeling. And then earlier this year, during the Frieze Fair, I actually invited a gallery from Tehran called Dastan Gallery to share the space, and we were able to invite 6 artists living in Iran to show their work in LA. And that was kind of really important because since September last year, the galleries in Tehran had all closed, because of the protests. And, a lot of the artists in their kind of, in a subtle way, are always making work in reference to the government and kind of the restrictions of living in Iran. So it was a really special opportunity to actually kind of see what people in Iran are doing rather than just hearing from Iranians living in the West. So, we were able to have museum walkthroughs and have curators come by, and then just anyone interested in the region, because there's a kind of complex history between the US and Iran. So it was kind of like a really productive show to do and to share kind of the history of the two countries. And then we also, earlier this year, did a show with the artist Alexa Smith, who was kind of famous for making appropriation art in the 70s and 80s. And so she did a retrospective at the San Diego Museum of Art at the same time as the show that we did. And she makes a lot of work about American life, Americana. And there are a particular body of works that weren't really present in the show that she made in 2003 and kind of depict the US war in Iraq. And that was really surprising for me. I hadn't seen those works before. And I really liked that, this American artist was depicting America and their involvement kind of in the Middle East, which is quite a, it can be quite a tricky topic to talk about. And so, at the museum, I don't think they really wanted to have those discussions. And that was something that we were able to show in our space. And then we also have a large rooftop at the complex where we just did our first kind of outdoor sculptural installation. So this artist, Farshid, is an Iranian refugee and kind of moved to LA for art school. He currently is at the UCLA grad program and made this water fountain, which is kind of referencing Persian gardens, but then the fountain is made in this pentagon shape, which obviously references the US Pentagon building. And so he was having these experiences of moving from Iran to the US, and the US military were trying to essentially hire him to, work in the army, and, he was obviously able to speak Farsi, and so his work is kind of about his experience moving to LA and, this kind of funny experience of the US government now trying to hire him to work for them. And so here are just a few pictures from events that we've done. We've done walkthroughs, movie nights. We had a falafel night, which was quite fun and successful. And so the space is, right now I just run it on my own. My partner Katya will now help, move it forward, and hopefully we'll turn it into a non-profit space in the future. So we'll have a larger budget to do more projects. So that's Guest House.
Thank you, Kour. So I will present, myself and what I do. I just have to check if the PowerPoint that I sent, or am I going to use my computer? Okay. So let's see. Maybe I could ask for some assistance just to. Okay. Okay. All right. So, hello everyone. My name is Robbie Fitzpatrick. I have a gallery in Paris. And I previously had a gallery in Los Angeles called Friedman Fitzpatrick. So I've been running this gallery now for 10 years. But the reason I was actually invited to speak today is not so much about what I do with my gallery, but alternative initiatives that I've been involved with since I started my gallery 10 years ago. These have been projects that are alternative models for art fairs, and something that I care about deeply, and projects that I enjoy because they bring together all of my colleagues, international galleries, within formats that are not traditional. So the image that you see here is from a project I started 10 years ago in Los Angeles called Paramount Ranch. It was an art fair which took place in a film set, which was an old west town, a western town where Paramount Pictures, the film company, used to film all of their cowboy westerns. So it's a fake village, and I invited gallerists from all over the world to come and present their artwork within the facades of this pioneer town. So there were presentations in the saloon, in the jail cell, in the schoolhouse of this village. So I'm just going to show you some images here of both the installation and some images of the event, which took place over the course of 3 years. So the first one took place in 2014, and then again in 2015, and then in 2016. So as you can see, it's quite radically different from the conventional art fair format, but still a marketplace, a place for gallerists and art dealers to present art and to sell art, but in a way which emphasized a more social aspect. So a place where artists, I think, felt maybe more comfortable than what is, or in a traditional fair format. In the background there, you can see there was a large inflatable work by Paul McCarthy. And actually, the third year we did the event, on the final day, there was a torrential rainfall. It was a sort of a ominous way of ending the event, which only took place 3 times. The reason we actually did it 3 times was to emulate the sort of cinematic quality of the location itself by describing it as a kind of trilogy. Yeah, there's an image of the flooding. So most recently, I initiated a project in Basel, Switzerland. So Basel is a small city in Europe, but it's famous for the art fair that takes place there every year, Art Basel, and it's probably the biggest, most important art fair. So 2 years ago, in 2022, I initiated this project, the Basel Social Club, which took place during the fair week in an abandoned villa, in a villa that was built in the 1930s. And so we used this villa to stage an exhibition where we invited 35 galleries, again, from all over the world, to present their work in a context that was radically different from an art fair, but still a place for gallerists to show art and to sell art. And then within the villa, we had a restaurant and several bars and a rigorous performance program. So it really was a space for our audience to engage socially. And then this past year, we were invited to restage the project, but under very different conditions. So a real estate developer approached us to do the project in a former mayonnaise factory. So within this factory, there were 7 large silos, and we turned each silo into an exhibition space with each room punctuated by a different kind of social engagement. For this year, we had over 100 exhibitors participating. And this is not the best image, but this space was turned into a cinema where we showed video art. And this image here, you can see there's a bar. And that's actually a inflatable castle where children were encouraged to play. And you can see that there's art throughout the space in this kind of industrial setting. So very different from what we did the first year with the villa. And then here are some images of people. We actually, instead of having an event photographer, we distributed cameras to children. So all of these images that you see here were actually taken by children with disposable cameras. And this was actually our official photography that the images that we distributed to the press. And then following this project, this past summer, I initiated another project in Paris, which was called Salon d'été in French. In English, that means a summer salon. And it took place in a house called the Maison Louis Carré, which was designed by the architect Alvar Aalto. Actually, it's the only Alvar Aalto house in France. So for this project, we invited 20 galleries. They were all young galleries and project spaces to exhibit their work, again, in an exhibition format throughout the house, with a weekend-long program of events, performances, and again, this sort of emphasis on the social aspect of what we do as a creative community, within the art industry. There's a lot of images here, but just going through. So that was, this is the last slide here. So I think now we're going to open it up to a maybe collective conversation. Obviously, the 3 speakers, all 3 of us, come from very different backgrounds and do very different things. But I think the emphasis of what this talk is about is primarily thinking about different models and specifically about, well, the future, which maybe is now. So Jasmine, maybe I can pose a question, and I'm curious to know a little bit more about the naming of your space, project for, the project for empty space, and where that name comes from.
Yeah. So the space originally was not actually even a brick and mortar space. I started the organization with a friend, also not with the intention of it becoming an organization. It was really a one-off project in a small empty lot in the Lower East Side that manifested shortly after the 2008 market crash. Neither of us had jobs. The galleries we were working for had either closed or laid us off. And so we decided to just do a rogue project, because at that time you could live in New York City on whatever unemployment the government was giving out at that time. But the project really began, again, as a single project that organically morphed into multiple projects. Vacant spaces all over the world. So we would collaborate with other curators and artists, really just by word of mouth. And we're occupying empty spaces. And then our main really large space that has all of our artist studios and our artist in residence programs is in Newark, New Jersey, and started out attached to a train station. And that also happened very organically. Was just chatting with a friend, and they were like, oh, let's do a project in this former office space that had basically been vacated again when the market crashed. And one thing led to another, and somehow we ended up with a more or less permanent space that has all of these studios in it. And so the idea of an empty space became more conceptual, moving out of transforming or occupying empty spaces, and more about what we can do to fill a void within the context of social activism, critique, and discourse. But yeah, it really started out very literally in empty spaces, doing projects in empty spaces.
Thank you, Jasmine. I think actually it's an interesting point that the three of us, obviously coming from very different situations and very different projects, but that they're all reactions, and that they're all self-initiated. They're grassroots, and I personally feel that it's now more than ever important that art practitioners and artists initiate these kinds of projects, because they're really the soul of the art world, and especially at a time in which everything is becoming so commercialized, and even museums feel like extensions of mega galleries. So it's very important, the work that you're doing, Jasmine, and same, Kour. And maybe to that point, Kour, you can elaborate a little bit more on really what brought you to doing the project space in the first place, like if you felt that you were filling a void, or if it was a reaction to something that was missing or lacking.
Yeah, I think actually historically there are a lot of spaces that have been started by artists, or like are artist initiated. And when I was in art school in LA, there are quite a few of these project spaces. And over the last decade, LA has become kind of like a major art city. And so we have a lot of galleries from around the world opening up spaces. And that's really great. It's exciting. We get to see things in LA that maybe we wouldn't be able to see before. But I think it's kind of what you were saying, this kind of the soul of everything was maybe, to me, slipping a little bit. And so kind of, I think guest house, even kind of in the name of the space, it's kind of there to kind of, it has like a warm feeling. And I kind of wanted to, I was basically just thinking about the things that I had struggled with as an artist, or the things that were missing or that were not provided for me, and then thought, okay, well, maybe I can help do that for other artists. So yeah, I think kind of just thinking about the future of art is I would like to see more artists kind of included in discussions about what's happening. So I think often we read articles that are obviously written by art writers. We see exhibitions curated by museum curators and academics. And what I would like to see is kind of more artists leading discussions or artists being asked, you know, what is it that you need? You know, how can we move forward? And then to, I mean, in the kind of spirit of this art fair, to have a collaboration and a conversation with people that are running, you know, art fairs or galleries or, you know, kind of institutional spaces, because I just think that things become more interesting when you have that collaboration. And so I kind of had a question for both of you, because now that I've had Guest House for a year, I kind of understand how much work it is to both run my own studio and have a project space. And so I know you're both doing a lot of different projects, and that it takes a lot of time and effort. So I'm kind of wondering why you do it and what you get out of it, because yeah, it's a lot of work.
Well, maybe first.
I'll let you go first.
Okay, all right. Indeed, there's days when I myself question why I do it, because it is so much work. First of all, I should mention, and I forgot to in the presentation, is that I don't do this solely on my own. These have all been collective projects, and specifically with the involvement of artists. So in the first example that of the Paramount Ranch project I did in Los Angeles, that was co-initiated by two artists, Liz Craft and Pentti Monkanen. And most recently, the project I did in Basel was together with one of my artists, Hannah Weinberger. And I think that the success of all those projects was really because artists were involved. You could feel that the engagement of artists in maybe how radically non-commercial they felt, while still, of course, being spaces for gallerists to sell work. But anyway, going back to your question, why I do it, I have moments when I fear that things are becoming too conventional, especially I look at younger artists that are coming out of art schools, and I speak to some of them, and I'm shocked when they talk so much about their career paths and the strategy for showing at certain galleries, and there isn't really so much emphasis placed on alternative places for showing their work. And actually, this is why I think what you do is so important, Kour, and Jasmine, you as well with your projects, is that there need to be opportunities for artists to show the work that isn't in a strictly commercial setting, spaces for more improvisation, or spaces for activism. And it's, you know, the powers that be in the art world tend not to focus on those things. They focus on how to make money, how to generate more money, even museums. And so it's really so important that there are more and more spaces for artists to express themselves, both artistically but also as activists. And so I think, yeah, this is also maybe why I do these projects. Yeah. Sorry, that was I rambled a little bit, but Jasmine, maybe you can pick up on that point.
Sure. I think perhaps I'm a glutton for punishment because I keep doing these projects, but I think really it is out of a similar sentiment to kind of maintain the art and creativity and the culture part of artistic practice in a world that seems to be getting more homogenized every year and more focused on selling work or constant production for consumption that I think can often dilute drive and the space for really radical imagination. And so one of the reasons that, or I guess another reason I do what I do is because I do still harbor this perhaps idealistic or naive view that art can really make a difference in the world. But in order for that to happen, we need to give time and space for artists to actually engage in that that imaginary space and that thinking space. So it's not always just production, but there is time for ideation and rest and contemplation. And so that's part of why our residency programs are long. They're now, thanks to some funding, 2 years long instead of 1 year long. And then our shows very much so, Kour, I think similar to you, encourage artists to not necessarily have the commercial drive. So if an artist wants to do something totally experimental that could never be saleable, that's great. This is the space for us to do that. And I guess I also forgot to mention an important aspect of what I do or will be doing is we're opening another space in Chinatown in New York City, which is really where we started. And it's a space that is strictly dedicated to artists interested in future making. So not futurisms with capital, a large F, but just the various ways in which we think about the potentialities of futures and whatever that means to each individual artist. And again, that comes from a place, I think, of really wanting to push artists at a sort of micro level that impacts a macro social landscape, if that makes sense. And so, yeah, that's where the interest, I think, comes from, and the continuation to not sleep all that much.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Yeah, I actually have a question for both of you, because it strikes me that all three of us are operating in three large art cities. And I ask myself this question often, but I'm curious for both of you, what is the draw to these mega art cities where we are all ostensibly doing things that are against the grain within those spaces?
Kour, do you want to answer
Yeah,
that first?
that's a good question. I think with LA, it's a little different because when I was in art school, I think it's always been a big artist city, but it wasn't necessarily a mega art city in terms of like galleries and, institutional spaces.
Right, the market.
So I think, in my case, I've seen it change over time. But, probably similar to both of you being in these large art cities is that it's to provide an alternative. And so many people come to LA from different places, and I myself, and that's quite a hard thing to do. And so to be able to one of the focuses is to offer space to artists that are, maybe new to the city or have come from other places, and kind of give them a home or a place to express things, and yeah, to experiment. But yeah, I guess it's for that very reason, that it's an alternative to kind of the mainstream of what's happening throughout the city.
So yeah, I also lived in LA and now am in Paris, and those are both cities that have very rich artistic ecosystems. When I moved to LA, it was in 2013, and it was very different than today. And when I moved to Paris, it was, 5 years ago, and it has also blossomed quite a bit in the last 5 years. And I am really interested in looking at how these ecosystems function, and what makes a city thrive when it has, when it's gaining attention, when it becomes a sort of mecca for artists to move to. Of course, New York has always, well, for the last 6-7 decades, has been a mecca for art. But I think that the success of an art capital is the diversity of the ecosystem, is that it requires both, large museums and also, of course, resources that are provided by, patrons of the arts, whether that's collectors or corporations. But then on the flip side, grassroots projects like the ones that we do, and without the full spectrum, a city cannot thrive. So, here we are in Japan, and of course, Tokyo is one of the biggest cities in the world, and there's a lot of artists living there, a lot of galleries living there, a lot of galleries there, a lot of museums, and I think that it has also the great potential to be at the status maybe of LA, New York, or Paris, but it requires the engagement of the artistic community. So I don't know how many of you are in the audience do live in Tokyo, but if you are artists and you're thinking about initiating projects, then I strongly advise that you do, because it only brings a fruitful outcome for the entire community in which you're living and working in. And maybe to that point, since we only have 5 minutes left, we can open up the conversation to the audience, if there's anyone that wants to ask any one of us a question. No? Don't be shy. Okay, yes.
It's very weird to see myself so large.
Right? My question is maybe really simple. I'm curious what languages other than English that you speak, and how that's helped or hinder in terms of your connecting with the rest of the world, being in Paris, or just talking to artists that you're inviting. So yeah, language, how's that going?
Yeah, that's something I think about a lot, because I obviously, like I said, my family's quite mixed. So we have like Farsi, English, Russian, Chinese now as well. So I've always been quite conscious about sitting in a room and not necessarily understanding the language around me. And so I think in my own practice, and even with Guest House, it's about kind of inviting different voices in, or trying to communicate. Like, you can say I love you in so many different languages. So I think the goal is to try and understand those and say those in as many ways as possible. Yeah.
Well, I actually also come from a mixed race background. My mother is Japanese, and my father was a diplomat. So I had the the fortunate advantage of moving around as a child and lived in several different places, including Tokyo, and but also Vienna. So as a result of that experience, I do speak Japanese, not fluently, and actually I wish that I had taken it more seriously in my studies when I was a child. But I also speak German, and now that I have the gallery in Paris, of course, I am required to speak French, although not nearly as fluently as I would like. But I do. Yeah, I think it is. If you do speak more languages, of course, it puts you in a great advantageous position, not necessarily as a speaker, but as a listener, to be able to understand, multiple viewpoints, and so I do feel very blessed that I have some access to different language skills. But I don't know if that answers your question so much, but yeah.
I'm a bad language person. I speak very poor Pinglish, which is a kind of pidgin of Punjabi, Urdu, Hindi, and English. I can understand much better than I can speak, and the same goes for French. But it's also something I think about a lot as well, because most of the communities where our spaces are much more multilingual than they are not. So where our spaces in Newark, the predominant languages are Portuguese and Spanish. And then as we are opening a space in Chinatown, it is Cantonese and English and Spanish. And so, it is important, I think, for the same reasons, thinking about a multitude of perspectives also, and what is often lost in translation is important to consider always, particularly when you're in spaces that are really expansive and inclusive of many different languages and cultural realities. But I barely speak English, so I'm not the best person to ask.
Okay, I think we're getting a signal that our time is up now. So, well, that was it was nice to chat with both of you. Hope that we get a chance to meet soon in person. Jasmine, sorry you can't be here with us, but it was nice to have your face projected here on the screen. And Kour, I think we should get a drink after this. So yeah, thank you again.
Nice to be in conversation with you.
それでは、ロビーさん、コアさん、ジャスミンさん。
Robbie-san, Kour-san, Jasmine-san, thank you very much. At the ACK Talks today and tomorrow, we are going to have continuously the programs, and all the programs are available and online, and also they are archived for your future view. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Bye.
でも動画は一回開いてあるけど、間にちょっと CM が流れてる。アカウント、このアカウント。いや、このアカウントがあれ。も同じようにして。
So we will start in 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay. Someone is presenting me, no? And you are telling me when I was. Okay, perfect.
So I will introduce you and Yuko-san to the audience in Japanese.
Okay.
Then I'll
Yeah.
say like よろしくお願いします or something. Then you
Yeah.
can start.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
はい。ログインしとけばいいよ。このよりの寄りすぎならスーパーソースはみ出る。大丈夫。
それでは時間となりましたのでスタートさせていただきます。2023
At the 2023 ACK Talks, we'll be conducting 11 talk programs based on this year's theme, Visions of a Tone World, Circulation and Coexistence. Together with our guest speakers, we'll explore the value and role of art in contemporary society, as well as philosophical aspects related to art and the relationship between cities, including Kyoto and art. Our next session, titled Art Theory, Ecological Thinking, will feature discussions about the philosophy of plant philosophy and Metamorphoses philosophy, which have garnered attention. We are pleased to welcome philosopher Emanuele Coccia and Yoko Hasegawa, the director of the Kanazawa 21st Century Museum. Yoko Hasegawa is actively engaged in participating in new theories about ecology and art through exhibitions. Together, we will dive into the current intellectual trends in sustainable societies and their relationship with art. Now, Coccia-san, please.
Thank you, Yukako Yamashita. And three things to do. artists, it is because things that was not the case. Things have chosen the shape from the tail. Imagine having an immense part of your body, which is a kind of folding advertising poster, which serves only to tell you how beautiful you are. So the body of the peacock is thus merely an expression of the taste of the species, a kind of artistic will that has no biological utility and respond to near-real calculation for better survival. Richard Prum, a Yale ornithologist, has therefore suggested that we should consider species as artistic units, as forms of bioart. And in this case, the female peacocks are curators and male peacocks are performers. And the peacock species is one long artistic performance. And art is not just the relationship that allows living beings to relate to their own form, it's also the relationship that species have with each other. Think of any meadow full of flowers. Flowers are sexual organs, very often hermaphroditic, which is containing both male and female organs simultaneously. Yet, self-fertilization is often forbidden by nature. This requires the intervention of a third party, which can be water, wind, or precisely an animal, an insect, or a hummingbird, or a pollinator. This is something, if you think about that, extremely strange. In order to have sexual intercourse, many flowering plants must involve an individual that belongs not only to a different species, but to a totally different realm. Love becomes an orgy in which species from different kingdoms participate. It is as if a human being, in order to impregnate his or their fellow human being, must hand over the seed to a mushroom or an oak tree and ask it to decide with whom. So the paradox is this: the pollinator is in the same position as a farmer or a geneticist, deciding with whom to mate. In contrast, through the flower, a species puts the biological and genetic fate of its species in the hand of an individual who knows nothing and shares nothing of its nature. Now, bees, birds, and other pollinators do not decide on the basis of calculated but on purely aesthetic grounds. It's the shape and color of the flower, the sucrose content, etc., that decide which other flower will be visited. And if we take this fact literally, we would have to say that a flower meadow is a kind of open-air museum that bees have built to their liking, a kind of entomological biennial. And after all, this is actually why it's necessary to use art to talk about nature. And if all species are artists, we don't need just art to do ecology, we need curators, exhibitions, and museums, so that these art that exist mostly outside of the city also exist inside of the city. And actually, we always done that. Nature exists in the city today only in two alienated forms, the park and natural history museums. And in both cases, nature is exposed, it exists as an exhibition. It's put on display, but to achieve results opposite to those for which the device of the exhibition is normally used. Normally, the exhibition serves to include elements of space and time within the city. It serves to expand the limits of the city, both in a cultural, ethnic, and material sense, and above all, to presentify the future. One goes to an exhibition to divine what will happen. In the case of nature, the opposite happens. In natural history museums, nature is exhibited as nailed down to an absolute ancestral past, an absence of modernity that is sympathetic to and consistent with the myth of politics as an exit from nature. Nature possesses no modernity, no future. It's an eternal past that is not to be disturbed. On the other hand, in urban parks, nature is exhibited, but in a way that flaunts its exteriority to the city. A park is an exhibition outside a museum, rather a heterogeneous collection of objects that are collected only so that their image may arouse in those who contemplate or frequent them the illusion that they are no longer in the city, that they have emerged from modernity. Exhibitions of nature in the city therefore deny to nature any modernity and any artistic capacity. And it's necessary to change this point. It's necessary to find another way of exhibiting nature. So I have two possible examples. One is an exhibition that took place a few months ago at the National Museum in Oslo, curated by the Milanese duo Forma Fantasma, to which I myself contributed. The exhibition, whose title is Oltre Terra, so Beyond the Land, focuses on history, ecology, and global dynamics of wool extraction and production. The interesting aspect, or one of the most interesting aspects of this exhibition, is precisely the treatment of the display device. In fact, the scenic arrangement deconstructs the structure of the diorama. It takes the elements that used to figure in a diorama one by one, separating them and flattening them on the same table, which assembles to a surgical plane. It is as if the diorama itself is turned upside down like a sock. This means that the viewer, paradoxically, is put in the center and is part of this explosion of this diorama, or enters into it. From being a natural observer of the cosmos, humanity rediscovered itself as an integral part of what it had reduced to a spectacle. And indeed, at the center of the exhibition, there is a video that contains a beautiful reflection on interspecific touch made by Joanna Pietrowska and Forma Fantasma. Unlike the other senses, touch always means coming to terms with the reciprocity of being touched. Because while one can see without being seen, taste without being tasted, hear without being heard, it's impossible to touch without being touched. And this video is a way of saying that every nature exhibition should allow us to touch nature and to be touched by it. And the museum is the ideal place to do that. Another important aspect of the exhibition is the total identity between design and contemplation of the planet. Wool, as an artificial artifact, is shown as a simple intersection between practices of biological different subjects, so human, shapes, plants, mountain, and so on, and cultural and natural dimension, law, history, mythology. So nature as art is also technology, and we need to think about this identity between nature and technology. And to demonstrate it in a playful way, I would like to take a trivial example, that of Pokemon. The adventures of Sasha and Pikachu embody an absolute amazing insight. To understand it, one need only to recall the few basic facts that govern this universe. Pokemon are natural creatures like fabulous animals or forest spirits with incredible powers. Children are the trainers, and to bond with them, they need an array of high-tech devices, Pokédex, bracelets, and most importantly, Pokeballs. So we come from a world where technology is always considered in opposition to every natural being, whether it is a pair of glasses, a watch, a computer, or a car. Any artifact that can claim to be a product of technology is seen as artificial and in opposition to the course of living beings. It's this same assumption that inspires the neo-romantic infatuation with huts, the illusion that to be close to nature, an object must pretend not to be technical, to have nothing to do with the metamorphoses of reality. This perspective poses two problems. The fact that the world of living beings that do not have human form is seen as incapable of metamorphosis and unable to voluntarily and arbitrarily manipulate the world, and the fact that this vision continues to think in terms of radical opposition between the human world and the rest of the living world. And the Pokemon universe, however, as in that of other animated films, everything is transformed, and the relationship with the sacred spirits of nature and earth can only to be established with the equivalent of our smartphone. It would be hard to find a more beautiful idea. Technology is not there to defend us or keep us away from nature, from the forest, from rivers, from fungi, animals, bacteria, or storm, but to connect and interact with their more spiritual face. That's why it's only through art and technology that we can relate to nature. Thank you so much.
Coccia-san, thank you very much. I would like to speak in Japanese. So, a fresh text was provided by Coccia-san, and there was another book written by Coccia-san that is Metamorphoses. So, genetical relationship between human and the flowers. Actually, 90% are common, and an interspecies ideas has been appealed by Coccia-san. So post-humane methodology is extremely important, but today we are looking at the art and technology as well as museums. Those are the three keywords expressed by Coccia-san. Now, as you listen to the presentation, you probably felt many things. One thing is that what is human and what is artificially created, we see the conflict between the two. One of which is the natural museums where the living organs are being expressed, and then also there are many artificial things are maybe displayed and demonstrated in the form of art galleries and exhibitions. But how can we be in touch with the creation that we found in the natural environment? So in that context, what are the role of the museum? What are the role of the artist where the technology being blessed? So that relationship mentioned. So Coccia Sensei, do you think my understanding is right, correct?
Yeah, I just explain what my understanding. Is it correct?
or is there anything? Yes. Oh, thank you
No,
very
it's
much.
okay.
はい、ありがとうございます。Pass.
Thank you very much. Good, I'm relieved. And so,
実は
with the Coccia sensei, Professor Coccia, at the 21st Museum of Art, Contemporary Art in Kanazawa, so polyphonic, the expression is
ことになってます。
displayed in my museum. So I'm looking forward to this new event, working together with Coccia sensei, and we've been excited for this particular event coming close in the future. Now we have a great relationship already with Coccia sensei, but about 15 years through the Biennale, through the investigations, the new way of art and ecology. That research has taken place. One thing that I would like to share this time is that Moscow Biennale example I would like to share with you. So would you please show the slide?
これを押せばいいですか？はい。あ、こっち。はい。こっちに押せばいいです。はい。
Thank you. So 2017 to 2018 at the Ecological gallery. This is a cloud forest in Moscow Biennale. Why we came up with this is because
そのインターネット
that including internet,
人たちが
cloud or native people, when it comes to the natural things like a soil, air, whatever, the information from our own hands-on experience from the nature, I think we are distanced from that. That's a reality. So when it comes to the actual, the material, the soil, for example, the ground, for example, how can we be in touch with them and how can we be connected with the people who used to be so close to them? We often talk about, natural environment today, but not that. The ecology of the environment surrounding us, that should be focused more because for us, it is going to be regarded as entirely new environment. So the clouds tribes, the people who are living in online, in the internet, and another the segment, the people who are living closer to the nature and then through the experience, the bodily, physical experience, understanding what's going on in reality. There are two groups here, and then there should be the vector of coming closer. So actually there is no border lines between the two, as if that the water is evaporated into the mist, and then the mist will become the cloud, and then the cloud produces the rain again. So we would like to see the circulation that encompasses everybody. So this has been discussed also everywhere. This time Coccia sensei talked about the natural environment and the art.
So, in this discussion, we have to focus on the environment and what we have to think about what our environment are and what's the range of ecological thinking. And this is what Gatali said. There are social ecology, mental ecology, and environmental ecology. In addition to that, he proposed informational ecology. This may be a very difficult sentence to understand, but what he said was that acts of artistic perception, processing, analyzing, and responding to sensory information through the language and skills unique to visual arts serve to peel off and deterritorialize fragments of reality and partially re-encode them. Art is in a subset of the perceived world which reinvest it with meaning and heterogeneity. Art's almost animistic method of capturing language results in the recreation of subjectivity in both the art producer and consumer. This is a very difficult sentence and not easy to digest. But what I took from it is that we have to think about the role of the artists and also the mediums and technology that artists use, or rituals, and also other methodologies, all of those things have to be considered, I think. And there is another thing I want to talk about. This is about sensing. In a sense, this is a very dramatic text introduced or proposed by him. This is about how we can be closer to objects which is not me. Now we are having event ambient Kyoto. Ambient is originally came from the word environment. Environment is about everything that we have, and about the everything we have, how we should sense them. It takes imagination. We have to enhance our imagination to perceive what we have around us. So those are the keywords that I've been working on. This is about forest tribes. Now let me talk about forest tribes. People who used to live on the land, how they encountered cloud and what kind of technology they've used to come up with new realm or a new world. This is one example by Natalia Bazowska. He's a medical doctor, and he tried to create sculpture by using hybrid between plants and human. And he came to this idea because she used to have a wolf as her friend, and this wolf could talk to her, and she wanted to create art out of this experience. Here is another example. Can I have a film of this art piece? This is a singer of Iceland. However, she uses her own original Icelanders' original music rather than Western music. She uses a very primitive methodology, and she connected it to futuristic art. This is the virtual body she used in her piece. The original form was rooted on the land, however, it can go into the cloud and connects to the world. I think she can lead the way in the idea of the forest cloud. This is difficult to see, but I think you all know this artist. This is virtual reality piece that she created. Here I want to talk about Hyper Ballad. I'm sure that you know this song. I don't know if this translation is correct translation of this song, but what this says is that this person goes to the edge of a mountain and throw away many items from the top of the mountain. And this was about Timothy Morton. She inspired Timothy Morton, and then those two started dialogue. Those kind of various interactions were there between the tribes and also the clouds. Hyper objects, invisible things such as bacteria or radiation, all those things are around us. Those hyper objects, we have to sense them, and that is related to the song that I'm displaying here. This is another example, Gaudi Gil from India. He used pictogram from ancient days. He connected the current landscape and the hyper world. And this is about cloud tribe. I think some of you are post-internet generation. Something you may think easy may be difficult for older generation to understand. However, recently, when I look at younger generation, for example, in Kanazawa, they try to go to the roots of the things after getting to know some items on the internet. For example, eco-tour is one such example. Many people are engaged in eco-tour to understand the roots of the things. Therefore, many cloud tribes are using emojis, or they are having the process of regression in a sense. But on the other hand, they utilize technology. So there are both ways that they are using. This is the image that I have in mind. This is by French artist Louise Drouet. She uses the landscape on the internet, such as Google Map, and used those data to create her art. What is interesting about her, according to her video, is that she utilizes online data or online architecture, including maps, to create her art. Another example, this is by Valia Festis. And this person is a media artist. This person created this art using the data of her communication with her friends online. That's why the title is Be My Friend. This is by D.Z. Ginsburg. He tries to create synthetic plants. He's also a researcher. She's also a researcher. She creates living creatures, imaginary living creatures in her artwork and explore the functions of those imaginary species. Let me be brief. I think many of you have seen this exhibition. This is the exhibition by Tokyo Art University. After the cloud forest, I came up with this idea, the function of the artist. I thought about the functions of the artist, Anthropocene, or too much focus on the capitalism. Those are the source of the problems that we are facing now. And in this world, how can we respond to those challenges? Our suggestion is to do learning through sensory and also body, and also we have to have a micro perspective, such as the body senses. And the other thing is macro or data visualization, utilizing the data or other information. By having two different perspectives, we can explore how we should perceive the world and what steps we have to take in order to deal with those challenges, including the area of fashion and architecture. We are now divided, but we have to be reconnected through empathy. As Coccia mentioned, animals and plants and artificial things. We have to explore the possibility of multi-humanity by involving all those things. As we are human beings, we can understand only human being. However, flying for birds have different meaning to human being. that kind of sense we have to obtain, and that way we can better understand birds. And also when we think about the pollination of plants, we can expand our imagination of the plants. By having that broader sensing, we can generate or nurture respect to other species.
So that's how we would like to be involved. And let me just skip all the photos here. So those are the thinking behind this exhibition. And this is what we have done with this thinking. So together with the animals and creation of the nature, by coming up with the proposal, we'll be able to maintain the voice, and then with that voice we now find our presence in a metaverse world. How are we going to make a metaverse world better? So in a way, contribution can make, otherwise we'll never be able to continuously be in the metaverse world without any contribution. So how we can well understand the world, and then what kind of measures that can be taken to make it better. And so that was the exhibition here. So now we would like to have a session now. Are you ready, Coccia-san? Emanuele-san, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Already you have seen the exhibition, so I'm sorry, maybe that bored you because you know it already.
No.
But as I listened to Coccia-san's presentation, I got a new perspective, a new sense. And those of you in the place, Ploma Contatsuma, you talked about the demolition of a diorama. So by having this large exploration, the device such as exhibition or the museums, that provides the opportunity for the people to get in touch with the nature. So we like to explore your thinking. We would like to maybe ask you to think, to talk more about the touching the senses, and how that walls are being used in the past. And so to feel it, to understand it, and make it sure that we are together with them living in this world. Maybe you can explore more your points, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you again for inviting me, and thank you for this question. Actually, it's the key point, actually, of what I tried to show, and it's also a key point of good exhibitions, I would say, about nature. Coming back to the exhibition made by Forma Fantasma, so coming back to the general problem of nature exhibition. So as I said, if you think about that, nature exists within the city just under the form of exhibition. So if you're in Tokyo or in Chicago, New York, Paris, Santiago, whatever, nature exists within the spaces under the form of exhibition. And there are two main forms, which are like the park, so the urban park, or the natural history museums. And in the two cases, nature is like exhibited. In the case of a natural park, nature is there just in order to express the fact that it's not the city, to express this exteriority of the trees or the insects to the city, so that you have the impression every time that you are entering within the park to be outside the city, to have quitted the city, whereby you still are in Tokyo, Santiago, Dakar, or whatever. So it's a sort of spectacle. It's not real nature. So the trees, the insects, the lake, everything which is in the park is like taken into hostage in order to show or to produce the illusion of being outside of the cities. So in that sense, it's it's an exhibition. Natural history museums are also literally exhibitions, but in that case, nature is taken into hostage in order to show the fact that it's belonging to the past. Every time that you are entering in the natural history museums, you are looking at nature as something which is coming from a past which has, in a way, never modified itself, or which never touches the present time. What do I mean? I mean that within natural history museums, so the evolution is considered to be something which belongs to the past, which has always taken place already, and which doesn't touch the future. So in both cases, in a way, exhibitions are there in order to let us touch the nature without the nature can touch us, or without the nature can touch the present time. So in a way, we are allowed to touch without being touched by nature. That's the main problem, I would say, of the way how nature exists within the city. And what we have to build, and this is exactly what you said in your presentation, Yuko-san, but it's also what you did actually in the last exhibition in Tokyo, and that's why I was so impressed by this exhibition, is to show that nature can touch us. What does it mean? It means, in a way, exactly the reverse of the two elements I told about parks and museums. So nature can touch us if it can be a part of our city, if it can be a part of modernity, if it can be an active citizen. And nature can touch us if it contains future, if it's like something which is always changing and always producing new forms. That's why we have to invent, or you already did it, but also other people, let's say that, to invent exhibition where nature is showed as something which is also urban and which is also modern. Yeah, I would perhaps, I don't know, because I can speak like for hours, so but I don't want to bother the public, but this, I think this is, this could be a first answer to your question.
Thank you very much. So as you listen to the talk so far, so the role of our museums and then the existence of the park, we are looking at the presence, whereas Natural History Museum are exhibiting the past. And there are different transients, maybe the phrases or passes. And that's how I understood the talk now. But when it comes to the ecology, of course, including the nature or ourselves, if we were to exhibit the ecology, for example, Coccia sensei, what kind of exhibition you are thinking of having? What kind of artist would you like to invite so that your ecological ideas can be explored? Are there any thinking or ideas today? What kind of artists would you like to invite? Proa Phantasma is discussed as a formal exhibition. Are there any artists of your preference using particular technology? What kind of a person do you have in mind? Artist, I mean.
It's a tricky question. I don't know, because if I'm now naming some artists,
I'm tricking you.
I'm sure that I'm sure that that I will forget someone else. So I would not make names, but just just describe the kind of artist. No, I would say that one thing that it could be interesting, I mean, beyond a lot of artists that we both know, you also know a lot of artists, you already did exhibitions, and but beside the names, I would say that one interesting new aspect of exhibitions about ecology would be to like to transform the landscape to become a sort of landscape architectural exhibitions, not just objects within a space, but the shaping of new spaces. And what we have to invent, perhaps, is a new form of parks, of gardens. In a way, if you think about that, I really think that we still build parks or gardens as in the 19th century. We didn't invent any new way of producing gardens in the sense of making a garden a space where nature itself is creating new forms of existence. So even I'm just now thinking of the city where I'm living, Paris. In the beginning of this century, they built a new the garden, which was considered to be the new space of the 21st century. So the Parc de la Villette, created by Chumi. But even in this case, I mean, Chumi is a great architect, but his park was so 19th century, so old. The idea of future is so like, it's so not corresponding to our standards of, or to our way of perceiving modernity. So a good challenge could be, to me, to invent new gardens and to shape gardens which are really contemporary. So it's not so easy, apparently, but it could be interesting to actually to ask artists and not landscape architects to invent gardens, to make sort of biennial in somewhere and ask artists, and not biennial because a garden can last forever. So to make a sort of art something, an art event, whereas a dozen of artists are invited to make gardens in a city. And then the city is like obliged to create these gardens for at least 10 years. That could be an interesting way of renovating the way how nature and art are dialoguing together. And it could be sort of migrating event in the sense that one could start from Kyoto and then Tokyo, Osaka, and then migrate and conquer other continents, China, India, Europe, US. But it could be interesting if artists take control about gardens all over the world.
Garden, in a sense, is an interaction between human being and the nature. It can be a space artists can show or exhibit what they want to express. I think this is a great metaphor. When this happens in Japan, when we think about gardens, we have a very long history in Japan around garden. And Japanese garden is not artificially controlled like Western gardens. There are a lot of liberty in Japanese gardens. So that kind of garden may be a good idea as well. In France, Zilkremam produced living garden. There is no control by human being. They utilize the power of the plants in his garden. In that sense, about the garden, for example, between Japan and France, is there any commonality or differences you want to point out?
I would say that Japan is more interesting about in this kind of discourses than France. Also, I mean, you are one of the examples. The shows that you can see in Japan about art and ecology are much more interesting of the shows you can see in France, because in France there is a very romantic approach to nature. So nature is really considered to be something which is like extremely not modern, not like contemporary and so on. And also because as you just said in your presentation, whenever people are speaking about Anthropocene or about ecology in France, the accent is stressed. I mean, what is stressed is the guilt or the responsibility, and not the way, as you showed in your exhibitions or as you just said in your presentation, not the way how we can improve our feelings or our way of perceptions in order to better understand nature. But then another aspect which is interesting, and now I am posing you a question. Another element which is interesting and which was to me extremely important was to discover physically the museum in Kanazawa, which is like the construction by Sana, but you also contributed to the idea. So the museum in Kanazawa is beautiful because it's sort of cloud made out different elements. It's like a sort of archipel of different like kingdoms. And this is a very beautiful metaphor about nature, because we think of nature as something unique, but nature is always a multiplicity of natures. So it's like nature should be also always named in plural. So I would like to ask you how I mean, did you come up in the dialogue with Sana to this idea? And what does it mean to make exhibitions in this space?
When we came up with the idea of suns, we wanted to create a city, and also we wanted to have a city within the museum. So inside and outside had to be loosely connected. There has to be organic connection between the city and museum, because there are many things going on in the cities. If you look at 16 exhibition rooms, the proportions are all different. That means that each room has each uniqueness. Each room has each voice. It's very polyphonic. That's diversity. But within that big museum, we have an harmony of 16 rooms. That's the image that I have in mind. At each room, even if we have many different things going on, and they are emphasizing with each other. That is the place of empathy. That's how I want to design. At the center, we have a gallery. There are many different unique cultures or characteristics there. However, we have different public spaces. You can exhibit things any place. There are places that you can exist. It's not that any place is specifically for artwork or for human being. That's why I think you had that impression about our museum.
And I have another question, Yuko-san, if you allow me, because as I also told you, and I repeat it also now, I was extremely impressed by the last exhibition you were speaking about in Tokyo at the University of Arts. I just was asking you how did you, I mean, why did you start to make exhibitions about ecology? Because you showed us like this kind of series of exhibitions you did. How did it start your the dealing with ecological, with the relationship between ecology and art. Is there? I mean, there was an artist that pushed you to these kind of ideas or readings, or I don't know. I want to know more about the prehistory of what you showed us today.
ありがとうございます。で、やっぱり気候変動とかその環境の問題が問われたときに、やっぱりそのことの意識というのはあって、どういうふうに自然破壊が行われているのか、資本主義が過剰に行き過ぎていて問題が起こっているかについては誰もがおそらくミレニアム以降意識を持っていたことだと思います。でもそれに対してではエコロジーで展覧会キュレーターとしてアーティストあるいは他の表現者とともにそれをどのような形で一つのテーマとして扱っていくか、またもう少しリサーチとか準備がいりました。で、私が最初にやったその
First thing that I have done, basically, the segmented or broken information sharing, and also another, the portion that is ecosystem. I wanted to present the both. So talking about that macro view, I came to understand something new. Forest of Ueno, you're familiar that there are students and the faculty members are there, and looking at them, they are actually beautiful ecology that surround me. I mean, by looking at the forest and then the people there, and then how can we express that? How we can make them standing out? So we, of course, help students and then the faculty members, students and faculty members who are familiar with the forest of Ueno. Those are the people who are living there. And then it was important to work together. It's a friendly exhibition, but not only that, it is a space where we share, we breathe together, and then how, against the theme, people can respond to. So actually, when it comes to the artworks, presentation, expression, exhibitions, we ask them to come up with what they want to express. So what they interpret their space, the environment. So that's one of the ecological theme, the exhibition theme.
Thank you so much.
And also, I would like to add, there are some expression, evaluation issue. We wanted to make it into a positive note, and then also functional, the proposal that is to do with the economy. We wanted to include them because that's also the part of the response to the ecology itself.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We only have 5 more minutes to go. Only a few minutes. We would like to maybe entertain questions. This is a great opportunity for you. So if you have any questions to Coccia Sensei, would you please raise them? Maybe we can entertain 2 questions at least. It's a great opportunity, and Coccia Sensei woke up so early in the morning to meet you all. Yes.
Thank you. First of all, really thank you for this incredibly important subject matter and for all the new and creative insights you brought to it. And Emanuele, for being a resident of France, I could not agree more with you that sadly many times exhibitions about ecology are almost complacent in the guilt they advocate and don't look into exploring new routes. So I'm really excited about your garden idea, and I look forward to seeing how it unfolds. The question I now have for both you and Yuko is, there's the exhibition and then there's the experience of it. And even though we create exhibitions that appeal to the senses, how do we make sure, what do you provide for in the mediation for the audiences, and also in terms of a durability, without being patronizing either, without depriving them from an original experience that they can own. So how do you envision this? Is this very present in how you imagine an exhibition? And yeah, would love to hear both of your thoughts about that.
Yuko, you can start. No, you start.
じゃあ、媒体
So now let me respond to your question. Yes, when it comes to the media for the exhibition, that particular audience, that person need to have a certain level of actuality. So when you touch something or when you see something, there has to be a physical something and then knowledge production, and then have a proper interpretation of the information, and then create your own new sense. That process is required. Not only sensory experience, but the knowledge production must be there. So for that process, for example, wearing something or a space that you feel day to day, something very specific, there should be some design for you to sense them properly with the knowledge. And also at the same time, internet or metaverse area where you can actually sense and feel, you go right in and you have your own hands-on experience. So proactive and active interaction, emotional and then also the intellectual interactions must be provided. In other words, different mediums has to be there in a mixed manner. I pay a close attention to that. Coccia Sensei, please.
Yeah. So thank you so much. It's a big challenge. It's perhaps the most important aspect in an exhibition, I would say. I don't have, of course, a unique answer, but I would say that the point is that every exhibition is a multiplication of senses. So exhibitions is like a sort of what Rimbaud would call the dérèglement de tous les sens. In the sense that within an exhibition, you have to use all five senses: the touch, the taste, the smell, the sight, the sound, and this can produce, in a way, a multiplication of knowledge, because you can stress some aspect and then produce an echo sometime after, and so on. This could be a way in order to accompany the experience, to multiply each time that you're experiencing something with a sense, to multiply the same experience with another sense. Then what is also interesting in exhibitions is the fact that they are multiplying the experience not just simultaneously, but in time. What do I mean? I mean that, for instance, catalogs are this kind of devices. So a catalog is a way to keep experiencing the museum outside a museum and after the experience is over. So, but we don't think of catalog this way. We think of catalogs in I would say in a purely documentary way, and it's wrong. We should think of catalog as a resurrection of the experience of the exhibition. We should think of catalog as a sort of décalage in time of the experience, and that could be another way of accompany the visitors, the public, in the experience. Another way of try to give an answer to your question or to solve the problem you raised is to take inspiration from video games. So video games are like a very immersive experience, but it's the point with video game is not just the immersion. The point of video games is the fact that you're allowed to make the experience of someone from its internal point of view, to become the demon of this someone. Perhaps exhibitions should become more like video games in the sense that should allow the visitors to identify so deeply with what they are seeing that they becomes the demons. So they becomes the consciousness of the object they are looking at.
大丈夫ですか Is it okay? This answer? もう時間がないですね。あとお一人ぐらい受けられますか
Maybe one more question we can entertain.
ということでは今
Talking about the game, at our museum, we are exhibiting games. The new way of having game. Artists are utilizing game engines in a very creative ways. You can be one actor in the world, so you can be a creator within the game. That's the benefit of having game in the museum. We are exploring the world as an artist, but the visitors can also explore the world through the art. Any other questions? No questions? Then,
ご質問がないようなんで、はい、これで。
if there is no question, I'd like to conclude this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
改めまして、エマニュエル・コッチャさん、長谷川優子さん。
Once again, Hasegawa sensei, Kocha sensei, thank you very much.
トークスは、本日この後も、また明日もさまざまなテーマのもと。
We'll have many more ACA talks this afternoon and tomorrow, and all the talks are available online and archived.
引き続き
Thank you very much.
観客の方のお写真をエマニュエルに1枚送っておきます。はい。
それではお時間となりましたので始めさせていただきます。2023年 ACK Talks では今年のキュレート
So 2023 ACK Talk features 11 talk programs based on this year's curational theme, Vision of a Torn World, Circulation and Coexistence. The domestic and international speakers will now discuss the values and roles of art in the contemporary world, philosophies related to art, and relationship between art and cities around the world, including Kyoto. This talk, An Intersection of Art and Ordinary Objects, invites Nicolas Tremblay, a curator who plans for folk art and contemporary art from a global perspective, and Ishizuka Genta, a Kyoto-based lacquerware artist who won the Loewe Craft Prize 2019 Grand Prize, and Sugaya Tomio, director of Nakanoshima Museum of Art in Osaka. They will talk about the potential of craft and folk craft that connects us with our everyday life. So I will start now. Sugaya from Osaka Nakanoshima Museum of Art. So when we have a session like this, usually they make an arrangement at the very last minute, and this also is another case of this. So this theme or this title of An Intersection of Art and Ordinary Objects is not the one that I proposed, but based on my career, I mean, this is a theme that I've been always interested in, so I'll be happy to talk about this today. And I'm very excited to talk with two artist curators here that I have very keen interest. So maybe I can start from a brief introduction of myself. So I am the director of Nakanoshima Museum of Art, Osaka. And if you can go to the next slide. A little bit of promotion of my museum, but this is the Osaka Nakanoshima Museum of Art. Maybe some of you have already visited this museum. It's located in a place on the island called Nakanoshima in northern part of downtown Osaka. And if you take a local train from Kyoto, it's pretty close by. It opened last February, so it's only 18 months or so. But this Museum of Art, the official name is Nakanoshima Museum of Art in Osaka, but this is an art museum of contemporary and modern art. It took about 30 years from the concept, ideas and concept to the day that the museum opened, and there have been many changes. So we have fine arts like pictures, sculptures, as well as modern designs. Those are the central pieces of work that we exhibit, covering from the 19th century to today. We have a variety of designs, such as graphic designs, or furniture, or cookware, or kitchenware, that type of products. And we also have some design related to architecture or construction. So that's a type of scope of the field of work that we house here. So myself, well, I joined in 1992 in the pre-opening stage, but before that, I was in Shigaraki, Ceramic Cultural Park, served as a curator. And because of my history working there as a curator, involved in designs, craft, and also a modern art, a contemporary art. So I believe that's why I was called today to moderate this session. So if you can go to the next slide. Well, actually, this is the aerial map of the museum. Well, in fact, up until last month, we had a special exhibition for 3 months on Mingei. So maybe somebody had an idea to call me for this session today because we had the special session. Actually, Mingei, this exhibition circulating all over Japan, 6 or 7 locations over 3 years. And somebody asked me when is the next location. And it's going to be Iwaki City Museum. They are going to go there next. If you can go to the next page. So this shows the special exhibition of Mingei that we had at the museum. So I hope that I can talk a little bit about this. Today, the theme that we are going to discuss, one of the overarching theme is, our everyday life and art. And earlier I was talking to some speakers, and we were also talking about how the COVID-19 pandemic impacted everyday life of individual as well as museum. It's not just that we had to close the museum for some time, but what the museum can do or what kind of role it plays also had some impact. And one of the impact that because people had to stay indoor, and then when you think about the connection with an art, and if you look around, I think something that's close to you really had a high impact on you, and that could be the craft, or maybe the way I don't know what the best way to describe, but one of the brand of the craft can be considered as Mingei, and I think this is not about, what's the best way or what's the right way to connect with art, but if you think about the history, and in the future, if we are going to think about the connection of day-to-day life and art, and if you want to evolve the connection, how should we have connection, or how did we have connection with art, and how should we have connection with art in the future as well? And I hope I can discuss that with the speakers. Today we have invited Mr. Nicolas Tremblay. He's very active in Europe as an art critic and curator. And he has on many occasions, he's been working on craft and Mingei. And I wonder, just generally, I want to ask, about his work. Because I think what he's doing is very interesting to us. So first, I would like to invite Nicolas Tremblay to talk about what he does around craft and Mingei. And then next, we also have invited Mr. Ishizuka Genta. He's an artist himself in the field of craft. So I would like to know what he does now. And based on the experience through the pandemic, I wonder what his position or where he stands when it comes to creating. So we would like to start from Nicolas-san first, followed by Ishizuka-san, because we only have 1 hour. So it's not that we are trying to come to some conclusion or agreement, but I hope we can have a discussion after that, looking at the reality and share some ideas and thoughts around that. So, Mr. Nicolas Tremblay, if you can talk about what you do as an activity.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the invitation. So, my name is Nicolas Tremblay, and I'm based between Paris and Geneva. I'm a curator with a focus on contemporary art. I'm also a writer and an advisor for private collectors. But almost 10 years ago, I was invited to curate a show at Pace Gallery in London. I was invited by one of the directors, Tamara Korm, who I think is somewhere here. And we were wondering what was the state of the art at this moment. And of course now it's almost 10 years ago, but you have to realize that it was the beginning of the resurgence in contemporary art of craft techniques. So suddenly we were seeing ceramics or textiles or woodworks appearing in exhibitions and in contemporary art. My background is with new media, so I come from the world of video art. So of course, I remember like 25 years ago, you couldn't see an exhibition without videos, and you would see no ceramics. Today, you see exhibitions with ceramics and no more videos. So we were also interested about those kind of fashion wave, how it goes from one medium to another, what does it mean, what does it reflect on society. And so the idea actually was, at the time, I saw an exhibition at the Musée du Quai de Branly in Paris, which is the historical ethnographical museum, and it was an exhibition on Mingei. And I thought what was interesting is all those relations between objects, design, and art and craft. And we decided to propose an exhibition which, because also we like Japan and we think the craft in Japan is very important, a link between contemporary art, this resurgence of craft, and historical objects from the Mingei movement. We thought it was also interesting to work with the Mingei movement because they were incorporating objects from different ethnies, like the Ainu, or from different culture in Okinawa. And so that was quite inclusive, and we thought it's interesting. We were also interested in the idea of a certain democracy for art, like every object can be considered as something beautiful and can have his exhibition moment, let's say. I had worked before with German vases in ceramic that were kind of unknown, industrial from the 50s. And I made an exhibition. It was also questioning the value of those objects through displays. It's also, if you show something which is supposing having no value, the way you show it, you can create value also within the white cube or different displays. So the project we wanted to do, and maybe we can start to see some images, was including all those parameters. And so the first show happened in London at Pace Gallery, and maybe we can show the slide. Yeah, that's it. So the idea was actually to work on the history of display in anthropological museum and mixing contemporary art and historical work without chronology. So we didn't want to start with historical works and show after contemporary work, but the idea was to show everything at the same level. When we start, so this is actually a reconstruction of the exhibition. This is a big window. The public couldn't go in and was outside and was just watching it. We talked about the issues of the white cube. Pace Gallery is an historical gallery that was showing artists like Mark Rothko, so very important artist, and it was of course a big challenge to show some objects that they were kind of just like a tray in wood, or a backpack, or a teapot by Yanagi, for example. And we had to find ways, and we did research on how to exhibit objects to give them value. We also went to Oxford to do research at the Pitt River Museum, which is a very important anthropological museum, which also doesn't classify the objects by their dates, but by their function. So you have different origins of the objects, but shown together. So that was a bit the research we did. Everything has a link, so you have ancient textile like this Bashofu kimono, you have new weavings by Willem de Rooij. So we also invited artists that work today with craft issues, but in a conceptual way. They were driven as, they were not like trained as craftsmen, but as contemporary artists. Maybe we can continue to see other slides because I think we don't have, yeah. So that was the second venue that maybe we can see after, but it's very bad photo because the show went to New York. And this display actually of like different podiums, a bit round, was totally inspired by a historical show at MoMA, which was curated by René Darnoncourt, who was an important curator and became then the museum director. And this show was in 1941 and was called Indian Art of the United States. And it was the first show that was presented Native Americans at MoMA. And that was a big challenge at the time because those objects were not so much considered. So they did a lot of research on historical display. And if you go on archive, maybe we can see the next slide. Yeah, that was it. It's really based on the same display that they had for the Indian art at MoMA. Actually, all those images were based on Walker Evans, who was like doing all the photos of the exhibitions. I go a little bit faster. So you see you have different contemporary artists, sometimes someone I am sure you know, like historical Li Ufan. You have design with like the chair of Yanagi. You have Mingei objects like a sieve. You have a marble piece like by Trisha Donnelly. You have boros like cotton textiles. And you have on the right Annie Albers. And who was an important figure for us because, of course, she founded a school that was talking, the Black Mountain College, talking about craft in the US and inspired by Mexican weavings, et cetera, et cetera. So everything was a bit linked. So after that, I was invited to do same exhibition, but on a reduced format at the Gallery Takaishi in Hong Kong. So maybe we can see the next. So that's a detail of the exhibition in New York. Maybe. No. Okay. So, yeah. So that was in Kyoto actually. So I was invited at Sokyo Gallery, who is also a gallery participating here at the fair. And this is a totally different space because the space is more traditional. You have different Japanese architecture. So, but the idea was a little bit the same, is we can continue to show different slides. And it's to make links, you see, with, for example, a historical work. So this is like those traditional clothing, but they have abstract motifs on it, and make a link with those motifs with contemporary artists through different techniques like ceramics, for example, or weaving on the back. We can continue. So this is also part of an exhibition where you see this is a kind of Okinawa display with some textile from Okinawa, which relate to different ceramics from famous Mingei potters like Kawai Kanjiro. And on the left, you have this calendar made by Matthew Lutskinoy, who is an artist who is here, and who was inspired by the traditional calendar of Okinawa. We can continue. They had this kind of niche, and for me that was very interesting to work on a kind of real ethnographical display, or the way I thought ethnographic museum used to show work. So here you have old works and new works, like a bench by Jasper Morrison, produced in Japan, but who was inspired by the small stool in wood. You have different bowls. You have some cutlery from Muji and some old one, etc. And also a pot by different designers. So we can move on. That was the show in Hong Kong, and it was during COVID, so we couldn't really ship, and I didn't go actually because Hong Kong was shut down, or you had to stay 6 weeks in a hotel. So there were not so many contemporary artworks in this exhibition, and it was more an exhibition based on displays, an old display that you will see at the end, made by the Mingei people, who looks more like a Wunderkammer, where everything is on the wall, on the floor. We can see next slide. So there were textiles. So you see it was really inspired by old shows from the 30s, because the Mingei members, they collected very soon and did exhibition also very soon in department store. And I thought that was very interesting, the way they were showing those objects. Next slide. And that's the last project I was invited to do. It's for an art fair called Asia Now in Paris. And so it's a different context because it's a fair, so objects are also for sale. You don't have much time, but the idea was, again, to pair objects in this kind of Wunderkammer cabinet curiosité, let's say, display. But it was interesting because it's in a building called La Monnaie de Paris, which is a very historical French building that has nothing to do with those kind of objects and Ainu traditional carpets, for example. We can see the next one. See, you have this kind of grandiose Napoleonian architecture with those daily objects. Next one. Next one. Yeah, and also you have different layers. I combine artists. It's also a bit of manipulation in a way, where you put historical works with new works, but you don't really see the difference sometimes. Next one. Yeah, so it's not a good quality image, but that's a historical Mingei show that was the source of this exhibition. So I think my time is done, so I think it's your turn. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, please start. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Ishizuka Genta. I'm a lacquerware artist, and then I've been doing exhibitions as well. So I use Japanese lacquer. But if you think of Japanese lacquerware, typically it's like a tray and bowl, and then we saw some of the pictures. So people tend to think of something with a purpose. But what I do is something more like an object or something like a sculpture. That's what I'm working on. And some examples of my work. I mean, this is one of my works. So Mingei and Koge, Mingei and craft, I mean, there are words used to describe them. So today, in art or craft, well, the way I understand what a craft is, I think something that's humans try to make changes to something that exists in the nature so that it's more convenient for us to use. Because if you think about the baby just born and then understand the world around the baby with a tactical sense. So in the beginning, when the baby is really just born, they can't see or they can't hear well, but because through the senses, they start to understand the surrounding world. And the first thing that they feel is comfortable or not comfortable. And as a human nature, we tend to go for the comfortable as a choice, and we make the choice. And I think it goes to koge or craft similar. If it's a wood bowl. You carve the bowl so that it doesn't leak. Or if you use the earth way, if it's just earth clay, it will leak. So you have to, for example, put it in the oven, make it hotter. So as a result of pursuing the comfort, what we have today is craft. So I use Japanese lacquer, but there are some elements that appeals to tactical senses, and then I try to express what people are feeling when you touch them, and that's what I try to represent in my work. And this one, in Kyoto City, Kyocera Museum, this work was exhibited as a surface tactility from March to June this year. So if you look at the glossy surface of the Japanese lacquerware, so there is an elastic bag, and then I put a lot of styrofoam spheres, and using the old traditional technique of Japanese lacquerware, I made this artwork. And today I understand the theme is Mingei, but since mainly I want to introduce my work and not so much on Mingei, but if you think about Mingei, Yanagi Muneyoshi and his people back then made a rediscovery of that was available around them. So it was the perspective that they had back then. And my perspective is from an artist or the creator. And sometimes, a third party or somebody find a new aspect or new value in my work, and that's what I want to share with you today. Another example from an exhibit. So usually my work, this is the type of work that I create, some element of sculpture, and it also takes into account the space and people move around the space, as well as a tactical sensation that you receive from these works. So these are the 3D type of work that I create. So this work, if you think about Japanese lacquerware, people tend to think it's a monocolor, like red or black, when it comes to day-to-day things like bowls and tray. But in this work, I use a contrasting color of black and red in a unique blend of mixture. So that's what I try to create, the gradation on this work. Next one. This is one of my recent work that I'm working on. For example, if you think about, bugs, they are attracted to the source of light. Or, deer, for example, when there's an approaching car, suddenly deer become like stand still. Unconsciously, they just stand still. And it's called taxis in English. But the Japanese lacquer, on the surface, we also have this taxis, and then that's what I wanted to represent. So what I used is a tube-like object as a base form, and then I made this flat work. Next example. So Mingei, when it comes to Mingei, I think what's important is the third-party perspective. And I want to talk about the impact of the third-party perspective on, or the discovery of my work by a third-party perspective. And this happened in 2018 in London, in Erskine Hall and Co Gallery, and I had an exhibition of my works. And back then, Anita Besson, the Lucy Liu and the ceramic collectors opened this gallery, and it was used to be called the Basel Gallery, and mainly they dealt with the ceramic works. But in 2017, in art fair, the owner of this gallery came to me and invited me to have an exhibition. So I did that in 2018 in London. So I thought about how to present Japanese lacquer and lacquerware, but the only way to show that is bring my work. So these are the works that I created in Kyoto. I ship it to London and then did this exhibition display. So objects themselves, basically, I'm the creator, so they are as they are. But people come to look at this work, people outside of Japan. And I had some, I was a little worried how they will perceive it, but I felt like I was well accepted because my work is art and craft at the same time. But I think in London, in UK, especially in London, I think they have a well acceptance of craft. And also for the Japanese lacquer, I mean, they didn't really take it as something very different, but rather they embraced them or they accepted them. So this is another example of the display. And those are the works that's finished with the Japanese lacquer. And then we also have work covered with the gold paper. So it has, once you gold, you have some image that's connected to a Buddhist statue. And I displayed both lacquerware and this type of work.
This is another display on the shelves. And one of the visitors said, he asked me if I knew Henry Moore Foundation. Of course I know Henry Moore, but I didn't know the foundation. This is a Henry Moore. It was a Henry Moore Foundation located out at the outskirts of London. This is, and this person told me that I should go there, so I visited that place. A small market exhibition of Henry Moore was done by this person, and I was told that there is a display something like this at the Henry Moore Foundation. But the foundation was closed in February and March. And then he said that the former director of the foundation was his friend, and this person called the former director and asked him to open the exhibition for me. And I was very surprised because Henry Moore's objects and my objects were compared by this person. It was an unintentional consequence, but this person, so it happened that compared my display and Henry Moore's display, and that gave me a lot of inspiration. And Loewe, a fashion brand, in their collection, they asked me to create a jewelry. I basically didn't create anything which has functionality, so I had no idea what kind of thing I should create. And this is called cuff, like a bracelet. That was their request to create a bracelet, and we created this bracelet through close communication with them. This is what I created. I usually use these kind of rough surface objects, and I tried to use the same shape, apply the same shape to this bracelet. Some people are allergic to Japanese lacquerware, so this was used only for this fashion show. But this is something I had never thought of. Of course, the shape itself is designed by me, but this is an unintended development of my work into fashion industry. And again, this is a bag they asked me to create.
基本的に僕大きいものが作るの好きなんですけれども。
I tend to create big objects, but in this case, I created rather small objects to make it as a bag.
で、あとはこの縁とかは、
And then the edges or the frames
で
was processed in Spain or France, I don't remember. So this is another unintended or unexpected development of my design.
こういう感じでガマ口のようになっていて、作品がこうパカッ。
This is the bag that I created. This opens from the top, and you can lock it at the top. This kind of work
自分の作品のこう
is the unintended development of my design. So this was the discovery of my design by the third party, and that led to something like this. So the value of my design was rediscovered by this person.
はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. I have many questions, but first, Nicolas-san.
作品を見て、
Looking at the objects by Genta-san, do you have any comments or any?
されてきた中で、
So he had many exhibitions in the past. So how do you view his objects? Any comment?
I think typically that would be maybe the kind of objects that we could have included in the Mingei show, because the first title was Mingei, are you here? With a question mark. That means like, is a certain tradition still present in contemporary art? So when I see that, of course it makes sense, and we could have incorporated this kind of objects in the exhibition. Yes.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Nicolas-san, another question. In Japan, the Mingei and Koge can be translated into craft by many different kinds of terminologies. Give us different ideas about the object. When you have your own exhibition, we just saw your exhibition. So when you do your exhibitions, how do you differentiate Mingei and Koge or craft? When you hear Japanese Mingei or Japanese Koge, how do you define them? Are they different or are they same?
Well, I would say in French we have the same differentiations in a way. We have craft, Mingei would be like art populaire, artisanat, and Koge would be art décoratif. And the idea is a little bit different. It's like, let's say, for l'art populaire or l'artisanat, it's often made by people that are not specialized, that are not professionals sometimes. And it's really about like, it's the function that gives the form. When you talk about the craft in art décoratif, it's something that can be found in Château de Versailles, for example, when you have some furniture for the king that are absolutely super well crafted in the best way. They have the best artisans, the best workers. But for me, the Japanese Mingei is also about modesty and simplicity and something also more democratic, which is objects for everyone and every day. So that's how I see the difference, and also that's how we can express the difference in French. It's a bit the same.
日本で民芸って
In Japan, when we say Mingei, Yanagi's perspective. In the early 20s, in the process of Japanese modernization, in the context of Japanese modernization, he wanted to introduce something not modern. So it was his resistance to modernization of Japan. Because of that perspective, for us Japanese, when we say Mingei, we refer to something. It's not just objects in our daily lives. It's more about resistance against the modernization. I won't say it's a resistance movement, that would be too much, but this may be a cultural resistance to modernization. That's the nuance we have in Mingei. And in 1920s and 1930s, we had exhibition of Mingei with that nuances. So I think there is a small difference between our Mingei and your Mingei. What do you think?
Not sure, because in Europe, when you talk about craft, it's also often related with some kind of reactionary politics, let's say, or nationalistics, but not only. Of course, those concern against like the development or modernity in Japan and this resistance by Yanagi can be seen as reactionary, but in another way, it was also taking care of some minorities, like the Ainu, that at the time would maybe have disappeared because they didn't match the development of the new Japan. And so I think it's also inclusive. So it's both, that's true. And yeah, no, of course, this is an important idea of this so-called reactionary. It is in a way, but not only. So, but that's not so different in Europe. You often have those, when the politics, they start to, or they want to defend some national craftsmanship, it's often also because they are afraid of development. And in Europe, we have, like, also I'm Swiss, Switzerland is also resisting to integrate Europe and saying that their craft or their identity is different. But so you have some similarities all the time with craft.
And one more question. So works, or could be bowl or day-to-day tools that we use and classified as Mingei, and then they are not that large in terms of number, but there are new works coming out. And if you think about all the works that classified as Mingei, and because and maybe this is some psychological complex that I have as a Japanese, but if you look at 1930s or 1900s to 1930s, or in Japan we call it pre-war, early 20th century, and then there are works, and then when you have an exhibition in Europe, maybe because of my background as a Japanese, but I feel like maybe there is a sense of exotic or exotism But do you think that do you have that perspective in Mingei or Mingei exhibition in Europe? I mean, I'm not asking. My question is, do you have like you want to display that as something exotic, and do you feel a concern that maybe audience look at Mingei as something exotic?
Very important in the exhibitions I organized, and those are of course issues, but that's also why I wanted to connect it with contemporary art, and in a way to not too much exotize, I don't know how you say it, those objects, by pairing them with other cultures originally, and to compare them and say they can stand with those other objects, and they are not like an exotic object that you see in an anthropological museum, and that they can also inform on different level, maybe on abstraction, for example. And you were saying that some objects are, there is a vocabulary, a Mingei vocabulary of objects, but I'm also not a specialist. I'm also a tourist in a way, or just a lover. And I incorporated objects that were not Mingei in a way, and I questioned them if they could be Mingei. For example, the textile, the boro, they're not originally considered as in the Mingei vocabulary. And what we did, for example, that was a test, because we also played with objects, so sometimes you can push the boundaries and do some jokes or irony in a way, and we framed a boro, for example. We put it on a big wooden frame, and the audience thought it was from a young contemporary artist. So that was those questions very important of like historization of object. How do you perceive an object in a white cube when it's not in its original context? So yes, of course, all those topics are very important. I don't have the answer, but we were questioning those topics for sure.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you. About 30 years ago, I went to Europe actually, and brought the collection of the shigaraki, the ceramic. And I also went to a Basel gallery in London. So Ishizuka-san showed some slides, and that kind of brought back my memories back then. But back then, the pottery artist or the pottery creators, they used back then they had to have an exhibition on a different place, not in art gallery, and the price was 1 digit different. The pottery artist work was much lower than the artwork, so there was a clear border back then. But Ishizuka-san, you talked about your experience, and this time you had an exhibition in London. Were you able to position your work as you expected? Because you are the lacquerware artist, and then you were talking about some sensory forms, but as a piece, and I think you are more oriented toward art. And then when you had your exhibition at the Basel Gallery, did you feel like there was a boundary, or were you conscious about the difference or boundary? The exhibition in London actually was only one place, so it was difficult to compare. But so the word craft has some sense of connection to others, because if we use the word koge, Japanese word, it feels like it's limited to Japan only. But I think by using the word craft and then my works presented as a craft was a good experience. And when it comes to, the affection that I felt about the artwork by people, for example, people came and then imagining putting my work in their home or living room. We had more ceramic works there, but sometimes my work was displayed next to the local artist work, ceramic work, and then I felt like they were displayed on the same level. And Nicolas-san's Mingei Are You Here exhibition, before I was invited to this, actually I was aware of this exhibition, and maybe by having contemporary art together with Mingei, I think the word Mingei, not the historical expansion, but I felt like there was a horizontal expansion of the word and concept of Mingei in Nicolas-san's exhibition. It means that how attractive all the Mingei works are, but I think he had a very exhibition of the connection to the artist as well. And I was really interested in his selection of these works. So I'm very happy and honored actually to be here with Nicolas-san. So something, that type of exhibition provides an opportunity for work to be connected to someone or somewhere that we were never thinking of or we were not conscious of. And people can look at our work on the same level. I think that was a very great experience for me to have an exhibition.
So there was somebody who told you to go to Mua Foundation. And I think that's because of the reason you just mentioned. Okay, then we are now close to the end. We have only 1 hour for this session. So we have to be punctual. We have to close at 4:30. So at the final few minutes, I would like to entertain questions from the audience. Do you have any questions to the panelists? About the exhibitions or about the objects you may want to display, because the panelists have a lot of experience. So if you have any questions about the exhibitions or anything. Thank you very much for your presentations. I'm a journalist, and I now want to see more koge. And I want to see koge together with contemporary art. And I've seen contemporary art and Mingei exhibited at the same time. And Nicolas-san, you used to be in video art, and now we have metaverse and digital art and AI. There are many such things out there. And there are many people who are immersed in digital world who never come out to the real world. In that time of the age, we have the contemporary art together with the Mingei. So what's the background of this? Is this because of the COVID? Is this a phenomenon that we are seeing in recent days? And to Ishizuka-san, how did you feel about this? I mean, the physicality or embodiment of the art.
This is a question that a lot of people ask me. It's like, why do you think there is this resurgence and this presence of craft, ceramic, textile, or materiality in contemporary art today? So I don't know, but I have an idea, but people think that because of those virtual worlds, we need to have a relation to something more physical, to feel more alive, maybe, or not digital. So maybe this is true, but I think this resurgence of craft material is also appearing because the art world became more inclusive, and we discover new territories with different regions in art. And first of all, also some new minorities appeared, like there is much more a big presence of women and historical women. And historically, women were also only able to work on craft works. You know, if you think of the Bauhaus, for example, the workshop at the Bauhaus for women were just ceramics or textile, and not paintings or sculpture. So I think this is those minorities, the presence of those minorities is the reason why we also pay more attention to craft, because that's the work they did.
はい、石坂さん、
Ishizaka-san, as an artist, what do you think about the embodiment,
みたいなものをどんなふうに
the materiality of the art? What do you think about this phenomenon?
まあアートもそうですけど、まあ工芸の、
I would say that material, which is called koge, which has a very long history. And along that history, the process and technologies have been updated, and because of those updates, we have the crafts and art of today, the memories of the past, and also the past history. I think we have this potential. We all have this desire, intrinsic desire, to want to touch those things. I myself have this desire to touch these historical objects or use those historical objects or minge or koge.
いいものっていうとその定義づけ
And I think there is this tendency or that trend that people want to see higher quality minge or koge. I think this is out of the intrinsic desire of the people. Okay. Did they answer your question? Are you satisfied?
はい、はい、ありがとうございます。
So listening to your response, the situation of the art today,
いうだけではなく、
it's not only about the market trend of the art industry, but also the issues that we are facing. As Nicolas-san mentioned, the discovery of new minorities and universal desire, intrinsic desire of human being that we want to touch something. I think that is a big trend going on there to move the art industry. I'm very pleased to have this discussion today on this stage. This is a commercial art fair, but in this environment, we could have an opportunity to talk about the current trend, what's going on in this world. And I think we had a very productive and meaningful discussion or dialogue today. Now it's high time to close this dialogue. Thank you very much for your interesting contributions. Thank you very much.
はい、それではニコラ・トレンブリーさん、石塚源太さん、そして菅。
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Nicola Tremblay, Ishizuka Genta, and Mr. Sugaya Tomio. We have other ACK talks planned on different themes tomorrow as well. And all the talks will be available online and will be archived for your later perusal. Once again, thank you very much.
それではお時間となりましたので。
So let us begin. ACK Talks 2023 features a program of 11 talks on the theme Visions of a Tone World, Circulation and Coexistence. So together with the guests, we discuss the value and the role of art in today's society to share their thoughts on art and the relationship between art and cities around the world, including Kyoto. So the Kyoto as a cultural exchange, the point will be the topic theme for this session. We have the Izumi Kato, artist Izumi Kato, the director of the Kyocera Museum of Art, and together with Yamashita Yukako, we are going to have a discussion session. Thank you very much. I am Yukako Yamashita from ACK Program Director. So, with the title Kyoto as a Cultural Crossroad, three guests are here on the stage, and together we would like to conduct the discussion session. First of all, I would like to talk about this session. ACK Talks. This art fair marks the third year, the 2023, at the place KICC. Kyoto City is the city. You will be able to meet and encounter the various art activities because there are so many art exhibitions, art fairs going on in the city. We have Mr. Jun Aoki from Kyocera Museum of the Art, and Mr. Hayashi from the Agency for Cultural Affairs, and also Mr. Izumi Kato, the artist, is with us. We would like to explore the discussion for the city of Kyoto. So today, this is a third session where the program is open to the public. So finally, after the COVID-19, we'll be able to hold this event, inviting many the artists from the world, and there are also the presence from the media. And as the feedback we often receive, we see the great attention paid to this venue, Kyoto City. And also the feedback is always positive, that they see the great potential in this the city of Kyoto. So art scene in Kyoto wise, not only ACK, but the Tokyo Art University, the universities of the art, various institutions host art galleries and exhibitions. In the last few years, we see quite many events. And then also the Kyocera, the Museum of Art, we see that there are many events explored by them. So now we would like to talk about the, first of all, the status quo, the current situation of the Kyoto City in the field of art. We would like to hear from these three guests. And especially this year, from the standpoint of culture and art, the Kyoto City is being paid a great amount of attention. One of the events that the Agency of Cultural Affairs moved their office, main office, to Kyoto. So Mr. Hayashi is with us today, so maybe we can hear from you for the fact that you moved your agency to the city of Kyoto. Would you please explain to us the intention of your move to the city of Kyoto? Thank you very much. I am Hayashi from the Agency for Cultural Affairs. As was mentioned, this past March, 27th of March, we opened our office in Kyoto City. So we already started our usual work, activities. what it means directly. This governmental agency moved to the city of Kyoto out of Tokyo, meaning that we wanted to have some cultural spot in a different region. When Hayao Kawai became the commissioner of the Agency for Cultural Affairs, he mentioned that everything just going into the city of Tokyo is not appropriate. Why not create the power of culture from Kansai area? That project was proposed by Kawai, and so at that time we actually had the office in the Kyoto Museum, and since then Kyoto or Kansai, the region, we focused this region because this is a place which is appropriate to have some cultural agency work. There's always accumulated cultural activities there. So it's been several years passed since then. Then from Kyoto, we take a look at the entire Japan and also to the world, how cultural policy can be implemented. So with that mindset, this ACK marks the third year. After the COVID-19, the scale became much bigger, and it's great to see such an outcome at this ACK 2023. Thank you very much for your comment. Another thing having to do with Kyoto, needless to say, here in Japan, culture-wise and history-wise, Kyoto is a prominent city. But of course, Kyoto, when it comes to Kyoto, we think about the history. And ACK is a fair of the contemporary art. So from the standpoint of a contemporary art, and if we take a look at Kyoto, the Kyoto is also being paid much attention from the standpoint of a contemporary art. Kyocera Museum of Art, you have done some multifaceted approach, taking up these topics of contemporary art. So Mr. Aoki, as a director of a Kyoto Kyocera, the Museum of Art, what do you think about this place, Kyoto, from the standpoint of art? Yes. Kyoto City, Kyocera, the Museum of Art. That's the official name. And Kyoto City Museum was founded in 1933, so this year marks 90th anniversary. In the month of November, we are going to celebrate the 90th anniversary. When this museum was founded, in order to have an exhibition of the art of that time, the building was built. It was not the museum being built to share the artworks of the past. They actually created this museum to introduce a contemporary art. But after 90 years, and then when it comes to, the present becomes a past, so to speak. So you start to wonder, this museum is maybe addressing something old. But in 2020, the museum was renewed, and the architectural aspect, the design was done myself. And at that time, when it comes to the contemporary or modern art, I wanted to go back to the original point, so to speak, and to start this museum. So with that mindset, Higashiyama Cube, that's an exhibition, the place we created it to introduce and display the contemporary art, modern art. So from that standpoint, why Kyoto? Why this is possible in Kyoto? Because there are so many schools for art in Kyoto. And in Japan, in Tokyo, there are several art schools, University of the Art. But I think that when it comes to the number, maybe more in Kyoto than in Tokyo.
For example, the first University of Art in Japan is actually the Kyoto City College of Art. Was ahead of the University of Art in Tokyo, meaning that Kyoto was more advanced in a sense of art education, and I think this tradition continues because we still have more schools in the field of art. So when you look at the city of Kyoto, it's not that large or it's not that big like Tokyo. And Tokyo is the center of Japan today in terms of politics. Well, the Cultural Affairs Agency has moved to Kyoto, but majority of the political institutions and economic institutions are based in Tokyo. So it looked like Tokyo is at the top of the pyramid in Japan and everybody's following that, but I think it's a little less exciting. So if there is a city outside of Tokyo can present different values and having higher education in art, I think that place should be Kyoto. So Kyoto City Kyocera Museum of Art, we have a lot of exhibition of young artists, and we call it the triangle. About 3 to 4 exhibition or 3 to 4 artists a year, and we are providing a place to have an individual exhibition for these artists, and with the hope that that type of exhibition can stimulate others. Thank you. You just talked about higher education and also students. University of Arts or College of Arts is not the only place, but when it comes to talent that they develop, and they are the artists or the future artists of the contemporary art. And in Kyoto, that triangle is one of the examples in Kyoto, but there are artist-run festivals and University and College of Arts. It seems like there are many places that the younger artists can be active. An artist-run festival is a festival held in Kyoto every winter. Artists or young artists use their own capabilities to exhibit their own art, and it's a very unique place. And I know, Kato-san, you are involved in that as well. And these days, I think there is a growing interest in this type of artist-run festival, but can you tell us a little bit more about what's exciting about this type of festival? Interesting in many ways. Artist-run festivals. You're talking about the artist art fair, right? Right. I mean, you also showed your works as well, right? Compared to the time when I was a student, I mean, young artists can sell their artworks, and that's very different. I mean, there was an economic bubble, but maybe some wood print would sell, but not so much on the paintings. So in that sense, I think it gives a good experience, or it may give a good experience to young artists. But after all, we are in this for a long time. So even though they become popular when they're young, I mean, what's next? I mean, really, for artists, what he or she wants to do is very important. So I hope that they are not too much impacted by that type of environment. Well, Kato-san, because you have exhibition in Japan and outside of Japan, and I'm sure you've been to many places in Japan as well. But I think you had a very good point that artists should not be impacted by the environment, and we also need to be in this for a long time. So in Kyoto, do you see some of the new artists like them? I mean, if you look at the young artists in Kyoto, what do you think? Well, I don't really I can't think of anyone who's like outstanding, but there are some good ones, pretty good ones. But when it comes to who can be a real artist or who can grow or flourish as an artist, I mean, I cannot tell, because sometimes I feel like this is a good artist, but suddenly they stop creating. So I think it really depends on himself or herself. Right. When it comes to creators, I think their own will and intention are very important when they want to continue as an artist. But at the same time, I think that we need a place when an artist can show their works and sell their works. And I think that's very important too. So, Aoki-san, what I would like to know your opinion, because you are looking at Kyoto from the museum point of view. And if you look at the Okazaki area in Kyoto where your museum is located, in Okazaki area in the last couple of years, do you see galleries or spaces in private sectors? And I feel like there is more and more galleries and art spaces in Okazaki area. But do you find some interesting change?
そうですよね。京都で多分一番
Right, I think
のことが面白い地域っていうのは
I think the most, actually, it was not Okazaki when it comes to the most exciting place for contemporary art. And I'm not familiar with the locations in Kyoto, but if you think about the northeastern part of Kyoto, and they have a Kukan Gendai, they had some interesting work going on back then. But when it comes to Okazaki area, we have the Kyoto City Museum of Art, and we also have Rome Theater. So there are many institutional space of art. So it's rather heavy in a sense. So didn't really feel like there were many galleries for young and rising artists. But I think the triangle that I introduced earlier, and Kito-san, an artist, exhibition was held, and it was MTK. He opened a gallery called MTK nearby. And people come interested in contemporary art would visit the Triangle and MTK, and I think we started to see some momentum there. So MTK that you just referred to, basically the private sector working with the artist Kito-san to including the support to them. And that's a very interesting space, I think. So when it comes to collaborating with the private sector or and then that's done very naturally and organically, and I think that's what we start to see sprouting in Kyoto. But from Hayashi-san's point of view, when it comes to collaboration between private and public, I think the balance is very important. But Kyoto has a unique identity and history of art and culture. So given this uniqueness of the space, do you see any potential in collaboration between public and private? And what do you think of a way to stimulate that or make it more active? Well, if you look at the movement related to art and contemporary art in Kyoto, I think it's been led mainly by the government sector or the economic sector, and then sometimes they had issues with the continuity. And Kyoto Prefecture came up with the idea, and Kyoto City also had their own idea, for example, using Nijo Castle. But overall, there were some their own unique way of doing this, so it was a little bit challenging to have global appeal. But about Kyotography is one of the movements started in private sector.
And this is led by Kyoto Prefecture, but pretty much supported by the private sector as well. This time I walked around Kyoto City and I found some old traditional warehouses and townhouses turned into galleries, and those movements are going on. Those kinds of grassroots activities are getting momentum by younger generation. And at ACK, once a year, you have this kind of global gallery attracting people from foreign countries as well. So now we are seeing spread of the momentum. I think Kyoto has a potential because it's a history, and you can leverage the history in this place. Cultural agency, and Hayashi-san is looking at entire Japan. You just talked about Kyoto. We have traditional buildings turned into contemporary galleries. We, ACK, with Kyoto Prefecture as an organizer, we have Kyoto Prefecture as an organizer. And because of that, those traditional buildings and also the collaboration with Kyoto Prefecture is easier for us. Also, Kyoto City is organizing art fairs, and they are using Nijo Castle as venues for those art events. So I think there is no hierarchy between prefecture, city, and private sectors. We have this model where city, prefecture, and private sectors are collaborating with each other. Now, I want to ask about other regions in Japan. Is it something that can be seen in other parts of Japan, these kind of collaboration? As to international art fairs, I think there are many international art fairs. Recently, we have art fair where people can purchase the artwork in Kanazawa and also Fukuoka. The Mayor Takashima of Fukuoka City has been very active because he himself is a collector. He's beginning to collect artworks, and the idea is that he wants to share the joy of collecting arts with other people, and that's why they are now trying to have a lot of art events in Fukui City. And I'm hoping to see those things happen more across the nation. Yes, if the leaders lead the way and support the artists and art by purchasing the art pieces on their own, I think that's a very unique example. You said that the will of the artists is very important, and you said that in the past you didn't have any place to sell your products or pieces. From the standpoint of artists, it's necessary to have an ecosystem of collectors or people who can buy the pieces. Talking about Kyoto, Kato-san, how do you see Kyoto? Do you see the increase of the number of collectors in Kyoto? I don't know. Is the honest answer. But I think the things are getting better as compared to the days when I was younger, because there are younger generation collectors. Because in the past it was only doctors and some rich elderly people who can buy the pieces, but now ordinary people are buying art. So I think it's getting better.
で結構こう新しい作品だったり、それがこう
Those people are interested in pieces by unknown artists or not established artists. In that sense, Kato-san, I think you have experience of working with galleries from France and other countries, and you have exhibitions in overseas as well. So when you have exhibition, including the characteristics of artists, do you have any preference of regions to do your exhibition, not limited to Japan? It's interesting at any place. Paris is interesting, Mexico is interesting, Kyoto is also interesting. I produce my pieces at many places, so I don't want to stay at the same place. It's my nature. I visited Mexico as well to see the exhibition, and Boxodi organized Casawabi was a very nice place. And at Paris in France, there was a workshop of prints, and you were producing your pieces in workshops for prints. The advantage of artists is that you can go anywhere to produce your work. At each place you visit, they may have residence or workshops. So as an artist, as you produce your pieces, is it important factors to have fun places to produce your pieces? Is it important? Producing pieces makes me very happy.
そういう状態でいられるのはすごいなんていうか幸せだなと思うし
The fact that I have those places make me very happy, and I feel very happy that there are many people who are supporting me. But even without supporters, I would produce my pieces anyway. You talked about people. You have connection with Bosco Sodi or gallerists. In the world of art, I think those human connection or human network is very important, and that's what I think is very important as well. You talked about human network. We at ACK gathered 64 galleries from Japan and also from overseas. Half of them are overseas galleries. When I talk to those galleries from overseas, as they come to Japan, I asked about the nature or mentality of Japanese collectors, and they said that they are doing research on Japanese collectors' characteristics. And they said that it takes time if they want to sell products in Japan and if they want to introduce new artists in Japan as compared to other countries. Japan is a market where it takes time. By spending a lot of time with the collectors. They can develop relationship with the collectors so that they can purchase their products. And this also means that Japanese people now there are increasing number of collectors who want to share their pieces with others, but that is a new thing, and in the past the situation was different. For example, when we look at Japanese museums, using collections together with collectors, creating good museums together with local people, those things haven't happened in Japan, even though those things are very active in overseas. But you are taking a lot of new initiatives based on the models employed in overseas market. In Kyoto, is there any aspiration? Is there anything that you want to achieve in Kyoto?
Yes. So every year, a big amount of donations are being made at the museums. Donation in kind. So, of course, when it comes to the activities of the museums, one of the activities is to receive those artworks. So, from time to time, collectors donate their collection to the museum. Very recently, the printer collector is named as O Collection, including 300 plin, came to us as artwork. At the time of opening of our museum, after the renewal, we created the space to display the collection. We never had such thing before, but for the first time, this was specifically the space for the collection. So, spring, summer, fall, and winter, we change the exhibition. Why we do this is because there are many Japanese artists. We have to change from time to time the exhibition for the standpoint of reservation, conservation of the artwork. We're not able to exhibit all the time. That will make artwork decayed. And now we have the new collection came from the collectors, and then we have a special exhibition event. So in a way, museums have been supported and helped by such activities of collectors, not only in Kyoto, but when you look at museums in Japan, all of them are having a financial problem. And Kyoto museums as well. We often having the financial problems. Recently in Shizuoka, the museum, I think Shizuoka Prefecture, I would like to share that with you. And Mitsuda-san, that I think was Kanagawa. In case of Shizuoka Prefecture, it was a professor of Waseda University, was a collector before he passed away. He had the long-standing relationship with the museum. And that collector, the professor of Waseda University, not only donated his collection, but not only that, what kind of artwork that museum want to have, and then this the collector purchased the certain artwork that they wanted by this collector and donated, and Kanagawa as well. I think it was an ophthalmologist, a wonderful collector, and then got the donation from this ophthalmologist altogether. And so working together with the collector, I think more and more support generated by the collectors. Often there are some comments that that kind of activity should be done by the governments. But looking at USA case, municipality owned museums you never heard of. Of course, they have a national gallery. Some institutions are owned and operated by the national government, but often the case they are funded by the foundations. So whether the citizens or the corporations or you name them, you get the donations from different stakeholders and then operate the museums. Basically, all these movements are done without the presence of the government. So corporations, co-ops or companies, the relationship with them is quite important when it comes to the operation of the museum. So in the area of collection, I think the similar trend are going to be seen more and more. I see. It is so true. The relationship, collaboration in between the collectors and the museums promote art market, art industry. I think this is something in order to move ahead and then level up. That is one challenge that we need to pursue. The size of the art market in Japan, we see the global report every year. You can see that art size in the different countries. Up until last year, in the global market, Japan was not recognized as one individual country, but starting from this year, we finally started to see Japan as an individual country, recognized as having the market having to do with the culture in the country. So the market should be cultivated in order to support the art altogether. Market should be cultivated. So, Mr. Hayashi, what is your view? On this point as a person who are working at the Agency for Cultural Affairs? Global report you just mentioned. Every year the market report is published so that you'll be able to see the market share. USA, UK, and China covers 80% of the market, and 7% are French, maybe, and then Japan included in others. Of course, we are third-ranking country when it comes to GDP, but why not here? Actually, we're not responding to this global report, believe it or not. The questionnaire was given, but it was in English, and art dealers were not responding to this questionnaire. Maybe that's the reason why. And last year, as an Agency for Cultural Affairs, we proactively acted on this because we decided to provide some information without disclosing their names. And April, the global report for the first time, we were ranked 8th when it comes to the market size of the art. And then Korea all of a sudden show up their name at the 9th ranking country. So we are very glad that we have done this proactive initiatives. But it's still, the ranking-wise, it should be maybe better. We want to generate the accurate data more. But another thing is that what are we going to do with the market? Of course, we need to increase the number of purchasers, buyers in Japan. But when it comes to the art assets, so the assets should be regarded as something which can be recognized in historical perspectives, and this is one activity that we do. But how this artwork is being recognized as an asset, again, history is a key word, and museums is to do with the history. So museums' activities should be invigorated and by so doing, we be able to stabilize or activate the market. So starting from several years ago, we came to realize that, and we have started various initiatives for that. So when it comes to the economic value or economic significance, in the governmental policy, the field should be incorporated, connect policy or the growth strategy wise. So today, Global Report says that we are 8th, but maybe within certain years, we should be ranked at 7th. Or these a specific target is stipulated in our document. Now we are matured country, Japan. So through this pathway, the cultural pathway, the economy should be invigorated, and with that in mindset, we would like to see much higher level of activities of the museums. We have more number of collectors, but when it comes to the collaboration in between the collectors and museums, that should be focused. Shizuoka Prefecture's idea was just mentioned by Mr. Aoki. The collectors will come up and say, we would like to have such and such artwork, and why not purchase them? And those are proposal appeals are made from the collectors, and then museums respond to them. So, of course, the positions are different, but the collaboration is quite important. Well, thank you very much.
Communication between collectors and museum, or somebody work as a medium to connect them to facilitate communication, I think is going to be important too. That's what I thought listening to Mr. Hayashi. Because art fair is usually promoted by galleries, but when I talk to galleries outside of Japan, and one of the things I'm very impressed is that there are overseas galleries having booths here in ACK, and one of the reasons is because they want to meet Japanese collectors. But at the same time, by coming to Japan for ICK, and they're not just looking at the couple of days of this event. What they want to do is they have a long-term view for the artists, and they want to find an opportunity for the exhibition for the artists that the galleries support, and I think that's really impressive, and I have to say that I'm really impressed. But when the galleries play a role to mature the art market, and there must be a role that they play, and also Kato-san talked about the role that galleries play to help artists mature. Maybe I'm talking a little square here, but Kato-san, for example, you have been working with the British and French galleries, and there are many types of galleries, and as much as you can give us some thoughts, now that, what gave you a trigger or the reason to work with them? What do you find them interesting? Or there must be many encounters, but why did you decide to work with these two? Actually, those two galleries, they approached me and then asked me if I want to work with them. Stephen in London, I just started to working with them, so I don't know, but Perotan in France, maybe 5, 6 years or 7 years I've been working with them. But basically, they don't do things that I don't like. They don't give me stress, and that's the best thing. I like to work with them. And it's not just me, but I think for any artist, we want the gallery to believe in our work and they appreciate our work. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. In my case, I can't work with people or gallery who don't like my work, even though they say they can sell it at a high price. I don't think I can work with those galleries. I remember talking to you, Kato-san, it's a while ago, and you talk about the work, Perotan, the gallery in France, and you're working with them. And they would spend time to build this relationship. And I think I remember we talked about this in Hong Kong. So gallery also need to spend that time. I think that's a very important attitude on the gallery side. And
やっぱり加藤さんの作品を扱っているギャラリー
Those galleries who are working with Kato-san and your work. I mean, I always feel that both of you really enjoy working together. I'm sure you have maybe worked out the relationship that way, but I can see that both the artist, yourself, and the gallery are enjoying the work, and I think that's very great. Well, the time is approaching, but from now, I would like to. Well, in Kyoto, we started to see many things starting to happen. And what do you see as a challenge or any idea for change so that we can grow further? So I want to shift our talk for a future. Because now we are talking about the perspective from the artist and how to build a relationship with the collectors. And then we also discussed about the overall art market in Japan. And the Kyoto City Kyocera Museum of Art also renewed and then reopened several years ago. And then I know you've been doing a lot of interesting shows, but maybe this is about the time that you become more in the mature phase. But is there anything that you are thinking of doing or you would like to try? Museum of Art, we have some unique challenges. For example, when it comes to attendance, how we can invite general public to the Museum of Art. I mean, that's very critical. But, ideally, the objective of a purpose of the Museum of Art is not to have high attendance, but rather we need to have a good content. Not just good, but the content should lead to something else, and then we need to do that on a continuous basis. Yes. So Museum of Art, of course, we are working on art, but what's the definition of a scope of an art? So, for example, maybe something that you wouldn't consider as art could be included. In our case, Kyoto City Museum of Art. In the past, the contemporary art was not part of the art, but now we are. I mean, we have the audience coming to the museum considering contemporary art as an art. But in a museum, we are showing something that's not typically considered as an art. For example, architecture, or construction, or design, and manga. So those are much closer to our day-to-day life, and they are part of the exhibit. So in that sense, in Kyoto, there is an abundance of things that's close to our day-to-day life, culinary culture, or fashion, or living. Everything related to life and living has a very have depth. So what we are doing in the Museum of Art should not be limited just pure art, but maybe we need to have a little bit wider scope of culture and art. But once we have that type of exhibition, actually we have some struggle with attendance. In fact, because people have some preoccupied idea that the Museum of Art is a place to go see a piece of art. But actually you can do many different things, but it's maybe not something that's expected today. So in other words, as a museum, rather than just focusing on typical sense of art, we are exploring opportunities to work with, connect with others, to do something outside of the traditional sense of art, so that we can find what can be considered as art. And I think that type of activities are needed for the Museum of Art. And when it comes to the contemporary art, there are many things outside of the conventional sense of art. For example, performing arts included, and right next to a museum, there's a Rome Theater Kyoto, and they have some shows called Kyoto Experience, and they're doing that as well. And in Kyoto City, they have a Kyoto Art Center where they have some other activities as well. So we should be able to collaborate with them. But at this moment, we are, as a museum, we are rather closed, and then we haven't been able to work with other institutions. So if we can collaborate more with this type of institutions, on one hand, we need to do activities as museums, but if we can become a hub of this type of interactions, I think that would be very interesting for a Museum of Art. Well, thank you. We're creating many intersections with other fields, and as a result, you can expand the scope. And that's what I was thinking while I was listening to your comments. But in order to promote that, we also have to guide or generate the perception of the people who are coming to the museum as well. So even within the field of art, it's not just pure art, but we have music or some collaboration with other fields. Actually, ACK, the first day, we also had a commissioner, Takuda, from Cultural Affairs Agency, came and discussed on this point as well.
And Commissioner Tokura was also talking about the intersection or connection between different fields of art, such as music and art and paintings. And Hayashi-san, as a cultural agency, connecting many different fields and creating new value out of the combination of different fields, is that what you are aiming to? What I've been thinking about recently is that culture has locality. We have Japanese culture, and also we have Kyoto culture. As the commissioner mentioned, we can categorize the regions depending on the culture. I don't know, art is the appropriate term here, but art is a universal thing. In the past, we didn't have a clear definition of art. Art or culture is not about monetizing the culture or art. But when we elevate art into culture, when we can nurture all those cultures, we can create industry out of that. We can consider culture as an industry. And this also means giving sustainability of culture or art by monetizing it. So as culture, it has to be connected appropriately to each region. But on the other hand, we have art, which has no border. So those two have to be considered. Those two have to be separated clearly. As the director mentioned, Japanese art
見せるっていう
was about exhibiting established arts.
みたいな性格が強かった。だから本来教育機関で教育施設であるべきで、そこに新しい人たちも来て、非常に
So it has the function to educate people, to nurture imagination or creativity, and that's what people expect.
京都においては
In Kyoto,
ああいうふうに
Kyocera Museum
変わったというか
has been updated.
非常にポジティブで
That is a very positive thing, and activities by Kyoto has a very important meaning.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
本当に大きな視点で
Thank you very much for giving us a big perspective about future of art.
ですけれども、これからのその未来を作っていくっていうことを少し今林さんもおっしゃって。
林さん just talked about creating future. 加藤さん、
もしくはここがこうなっていくと。
Is there anything that you want to see to attract more artists to Kyoto or Japan,
ないかっていうことがあれば。
or to improve the environment for artists in Kyoto and Japan? That's a very difficult question, and I don't have an answer to that. But artist is not something anybody can become because there is a very severe competition. You only have to work hard
ね、京都が
to become an artist.
なりたい人が増えるのはすごいいいと思う。
So I think it's a very good thing that many people can attract to be artists.
やっぱりだからこそきっと
Thank you.
さらに生まれていくんじゃないかな。
That's why we have
さて残り5分ぐらい。
a very bright future ahead of us. Now we have 5 minutes left. We have a big audience in the space. We would like to entertain some questions.
関係なくせっかくなので。
You can ask anything. You can ask any questions. It doesn't have to be related to the discussion just we had. Any questions?
私自身今22
I myself is 22. Since I was 16, I started collecting art.
学生時代
When I was a student,
なんですけれども
I just went to a regular high school.
私自身周りに友達がいなかったと言いますか
But I didn't have any friend
技術の先生
around me.
話してたり
So I often went to an art teacher
年齢を重
to
ね
have conversation. And as I grew, what I think is that
人を育むためには
in order to nurture collectors,
文化にしていくために
in order to elevate art into the culture,
コレクター一人のコレクターとして、
as one collector,
コレクションをすることを身近に思っていただくそういったことが必要なのかなと
I think we have to make an environment so that people can feel it easy to collect art. My question is
そうですねもっとアートを文化の一つとして、身近に感じていただく
How can we make an environment so that people can feel art closer to them? Is there anything you can do to achieve that environment?
いただければと思います。
はい、非常に素敵な質問をいただきました。
Thank you very much for your very nice question. Can I have comments from each one of you, starting from Kato-san?
僕はなんかそういうのは絶対教育だと思ってて。
I think that's all about education.
全然。
Because it's too late if you are grown up.
それ外国に行ってよく思うんですけど。
That's what I felt when I went to abroad. The concept of art is very different between Japan and overseas countries. It's not that we just have to imitate what they are doing overseas. Going back to the museum that we just discussed, from we are very young, it's very important to show them which is not really useful. I think there is a huge difference of the experience between Japanese and overseas and the quality of the teachers. I would say the same thing. I am an architect, and the same thing goes to architecture. The reason why
名な世界になってるわけですけども、でもやっぱり実は結構貧しいな。
Japanese architectural world doesn't have much money
皆さんあんまり関心がない。
because people are not really interested in architecture.
とは言いますけども、そうじゃなくて自分の生活する空間の周りがどうなってたら自分が幸せ。
They don't really think about what kind of environment would make them happy or what kind of space would make them happy. I think those are very fundamental questions, and there is architecture or art beyond that question, and there is no education going on in Japan for younger people, younger children.
美術の教科書、中学校の美術。
If you look at art textbook of primary school or junior high school, they may be educating about art, but there is no education about architecture. I think we need to put architectural element in the Japanese education. Now, finally, Hayashi-san.
その自分が育ってきた中で出会っているかどうかっていうのがもうこれに尽きると思います。
This is all about what kind of encounters you've had as you grow up. There is art promotion, a working group at the agency, and we talked about education in that panel.
段階ですね。
I think you were talking about young children before going to school. It's very important for them to encounter high quality arts when they are very young. By having such high quality encounters, as they grow up, they come to think that it's necessary to have art in their life. Looking back, I had a high quality art around me in my environment, such as paintings hung on the wall of my house. And the question is how we can increase the number of people who are related to art. The aspiration of that committee is to increase the number of people who are related to art. Thank you very much.
はい、ありがとうございました。まだまだ本当。
Thank you very much. I wish we had more time, but we are getting close to the time, so we would like to close this discussion. If you have any questions, please come to us so that we can have further discussion or dialogue.
としての京都というタイトル。
Today we talked about Kyoto as a place to promote art.
おかげで、この
Thanks to a great question from the audience, we could talk about what we need in education in Japan. That's something which requires long-term vision, but in order to improve the situation, we would like to have further collaboration. Today, thank you very much for your contributions, and thank you to the audience as well for your presence.
明日も、最終日
Tomorrow, the last day, we'll have a talk programs.
続きご参加いただ
I hope that you enjoy the remaining programs.
思います。
Thank you very much.
それでは皆様ありがとうございました。で、こちらの
Thank you very much. And this talk is available online as well, and it will be archived and available for review as well. Thank you.